Rwanda est convaincu que les pays du Sud peuvent avancer c'est notre mission de faire de cette sélection une réalité en travaillant notre collaboration avec cela à travers des programmes de formation, des services de recherche, l'exécution du projet, ainsi que l'exposition des nous associons des traditions également la transparence. Nous sommes animés par la collaboration, l'excellence, la capacité des éléments nous réjouissons la gestion de la gestion
projet Inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis est la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'AIMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, La ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants ayant permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques et juridiques de Tunis afin de vérifier les relations contractuelles. De même que la phase d'assainissement administratif et juridique de 60 biens immobiliers a été enclenchée en vue de leur inscription au cadastre national. L'architecture cible du système d'information, qui permettra dans une deuxième phase d'assurer la maîtrise des biens municipaux, a également été définie. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'AIMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le Code de la compte publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc elle assure un suivi de façon permanente pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
See all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe in. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the best of us.
la deuxième journée de ce 41e congrès de l'AIMF. Je m'appelle Sheng Sandra et je serai l'animatrice de cette journée. Je suis vraiment ravie
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Alessandra, and I'm going to moderate the session today. We are a bit late, but we are going to follow on our program this morning. Well, I'm going to seize this opportunity just to remind you that we need to respect the different good practices in relation with COVID-19. We need to respect the different points to be mentioned right now, like washing our hands, making the disinfectation of our hands, to keep the masks, and to keep social distancing. Well, while waiting, our guests, honorable guests, who are going to be part of our panel this morning and who are going to open this session, I'm going to remind the agenda of today. Well, we are going to open the session of the second day with two panels for discussion. The first one would be about the good local governance politics regarding the civil society interaction. We are going to leave that together, and we are going to talk about social cohesion. We are going to have, after the lunch break, two panels about the citizenship diplomacy and the mayor's diplomacy. And the last session would be about the different service providing and the ICT. And we are going to close our day with different recommendations and different points. Also, I would like to precise for people who need to make the COVID test. That will be in 10:30 in the room indicated yesterday. So just keep that on your mind. I'm going to say right now, see you later while waiting our honorable guests. Thank you very much. much.
Et s'il vous plaît, tu peux dire non.
What we are calling within AUF is to be more interested on the dynamic of demography, the heaviness of the citizenship, the public security, or the management of risks, which are fundamental questions for cities and for the cities of tomorrow, in order to find innovation and concrete solutions. If we are playing such role, we can say that the university is integrated socially and economically speaking. From one hand, we have the city and the mayor who are actors. There are different rules to give to mayors the role that you are representing on a classic way from associative life, for example, from creating good conditions within the city. But you have also to take into consideration different other actions within the cities, not only within big conferences or events. Beyond this classical role, we would like to talk about this fundamental and strategic role. As far as we are concerned, the cities should have the capacity to develop an integration capacity, an absorption capacity, or the competent capital produced by the universities would migrate to other countries just to avoid the brain drain. We need to give the opportunity to cities to use those capacities and those brains. We need to find the way to do it with good politics. We need to keep our graduated people and to create a territorial dynamism, which is question of the good equation between the different conditions within the cities. Well, like in Africa, we are giving these kind of examples like handicraft and agriculture, but the university is not focusing only on that. Actually, I'm not going to underline specifically the backstage implement different universities within cities, or we need to make it dynamic in terms of what is already existing. It's a question that we need to think about. It's a permanent negotiation between the state and the territorial powers. So what we are going to propose concerning this stake politic of diplomacy, francophonic one, with the public authorities at the national level and with the territorial authorities within the cities. It's an approach, a participative approach to hear and to share the experiences and the needs. Also, we are going to support that concerning different examples that I can give you when we had the opportunity to work on economics. We mobilized different universities and they proposed within 3 months concrete solutions. At that time, we didn't have any masks or any barrier behaviors, and we constructed the respiratories in a rapid way, and the import-export was really important, and we showed that the university can give solutions for the society. The social equity also is taken into consideration from education point of view, and how to approach and to make the empowerment of women, how to work with the AUF on a platform, which is a holy F, which is giving solutions to different structures in this context. The sustainable development, it's a label of the responsible universities, especially when it comes to co-construction of the universities within the cities. Well, the employability also is a very important subject, especially when it comes to Africa. The massification gave this complicated structure to manage. That's why we are working at this level on piloting projects within ITS, within Cameroon. Well, we are dealing with different centers for employability just to solve the problem in terms of joblessness and to find a good way for the future of young people. This is to say the work on the university and the city. We are mobilizing also different expertise throughout the networks. We are also focusing on Apero. I would like to thank Mr. Yuan Pajot, who is present with us in this extraordinary conference. Well, it's a network on which we are working with other networks. So also we are working on specific topics like health sector, and we are creating also different networks between the universities and schools of health. The urban mobility also, we are going to focus on a specific or a special network just to know about the different experiences all over the world. Well, I won't be too long, but just wanted to mention that the AUF and the AIMF can cooperate in order to give good outcomes for effective future cities dealing on different sectors. Well, we are going to talk about very important points like the local governance, especially when it comes to borders between countries in Africa, the citizenship diplomacy concerning schools, the technological innovation, which is going to be the topic of the fourth panel. The innovation can be only within the university and can be more strong if it is out of the university. Well, I would like to say that the good solidarity is dealing on sharing and exchanging experiences. Thank you very much, Professor Kalbous. I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Rwanda just to share his thoughts.
Monsieur le ministre en charge du PME et de l'artisanat.
Minister in charge of the Ivory Coast, you are welcome. I saw you entering this room. I've been waiting for Mrs. Anne, the mayor of Paris, but she couldn't afford to be part of this panel. She is called for another activity. Their Excellency, Ambassador of
Organisation internationale de la francophonie, ici présent.
the Francophonic organization.
Ici le maire de la ville de Kigali.
They're the mayor of
Gouverneur
Kigali
ici présent.
city, their governors,
Excellence ambassadeur.
their excellency,
Mesdames et
their
messieurs,
ambassadors,
francophones,
their mayors, ladies and gentlemen, members of the AIMF,
de l'AIMF,
they're the permanent secretary of AIMF,
que j'ai connu il y a 20 ans.
who I knew,
Je suis ravi de te voir encore.
since 20 years. I'm really happy to see you part of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'm really happy to be part of this extraordinary day for the inauguration of this conference, urbanity, for Francophone cities, mayors, and the civil society. I'm seizing this occasion just to thank you to be part of this conference within Rwanda. You are welcome in the country. Please feel free to feel on your own home. Thank you for being with us, especially the Association of Mayors, although the sanitary condition and situation, which is really difficult, which is not allowing people to be part of this conference. Please allow me to thank you for being here and to thank you for your efforts in terms of the solidarity, in terms of the determination, in terms of reconstruction and sharing our experiences and know-how. The local authorities within Rwanda, you are honored, of course, we are honored to any cooperation, and this is encouraged by favorable political will and a good framework. It's only throughout this open up that the city of Kigali is going to play a good role within the Association of Francophonic Mayors. And while we are gathering today in this room, we are recognizing the partnership between the different cities and the AIMF. This result of this cooperation is concrete, and we are recognizing that. That's why we encourage the other cities of Rwanda to be part of AIMF. It's about the city of Huye in the south, Muhanga in the south, Nyagatale east. All these cities are characterized as solitary cities coming after Kigali city, and they are going towards development. Well, after the General Assembly done in Kigali, we reinforced our conviction that together we are going to win. You made a good choice to be part of this conference, and I congratulate you for that. We are available to support you and to give you positive ideas and positive resolutions, which are going to be taken into consideration. I'm seizing this opportunity to congratulate all organizers, and I wish you good continuation and a good trip in Rwanda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. Please feel free in this country because it's yours also. Thank you. And by that, I declare the opening of this conference. I invite you to take part of this conference and to share your thoughts. Thank you very much. May God help you in this conference. And I think that we are going to have the opportunity to share our thoughts through a good coffee break. Thank you very much, dear Minister. Please take place on the room. And we are going right now towards the first panel of discussion. Thank you very much. This opening session is giving us the opportunity to start our first panel concerning the local governance politics versus the civil society in the light of Rwandese experience. We are going to talk about the partnership between the municipality and the civil society. Of course, the intervention of this panel are going to be in presential way and via video conference or Zoom. I would like to call Mr. Eric Shavandi, who is Director of Research Center and the Peace Dialogue, who is going to be our moderator. Please, would you join us to start the different works of this panel? At the same time, I would like to call the different panelists to take place before starting the works of this panel.
Voilà. J'appelle donc les
Thank you very much. I'm calling right now the panelists to give them the opportunity to take place before starting the works and before opening the works of this panel. I'm calling Alice Kaitusi, governor of the province of the south of Rwanda. Please take place. Mr. Osman Sako, who is an expert on territorial public administration and specialist on a participative association and national director, on decentralization. Mrs. Solange Kabareti, who is the chief for services and good governance. Mrs. Solange, thank you very much for being with us. Mrs. Antonella, who is the General Secretary at the local level, and Mrs. Julia Massi, who is responsible for Cities Alliance, which is done in Tunisia. She's going to be with us on a video conference. Thank you very much for being with us today. And I would like to give the floor to Dr. Eric Shavandi for the next 1 hour and for the animation of this first panel. Mr. Eric, you have the floor. Honorable ministers, honorable mayors, Mr. Eric, do you hear me? Yes. Mr. Eric.
Panel, Monsieur Adama Sangaré, le maire de Bamako, qui est le président du panel.
Who's the head of the panel, Ouagadougou, who's the moderator, Mr. Armentière.
Le président du panel.
So the head of the panel, Mr. Armand, so he's the mayor of Ouagadougou, the mayor of Ouagadougou. Thank you to everyone. Mr. the Minister, Mr. the Mayor of Kigali, thank you very much for hosting us in this cute capital of Africa, with the dear colleague Myers and the member of the IMF, my dear colleague, my dear friend Priya Bayi, so the IMF, the participants. My name is Armand Pierre Rwandi. I'm the mayor of the city of Ouagadougou, the capital of the integrated people. So this panel will take us for today. So I will sum it up in these themes: the participation of the citizens in the development. So as you know, So as locals in the beginning of each mandate, so we have we give the priority to our actions, whatever the priorities we have. So in the of the reality of our cities and countries, so we need to support these priorities. And for me, so one of the strong pillars of this priority, it's the participation, the citizens' participation. So as you know, and as all we know, so the urban development, so it's like the territorial actors we are. I mean, the elected. So I'm talking about the civil society. So they need to communicate in order to define the concept and also to elaborate the tools for solving the issues they have. So the alliances that they need mark this relationship between all these actors. It will permit to the development of the participative urban development for a good together living. So for us, it's to promote the community development through the vulgarization of the project of through the community initiative. So it is one of the pillars that will support all our development projects. And for that, so all the actions that will be led, especially the reinforcement of the community movement and the social responsibility for the companies in the community territory, and also the voluntary community development. So during this panel, so we will share the different experience of different cities, and then we will give the experience of Ouagadougou. And I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. the President of the panel. So, in your capacity and your quality, I'm very honored to be the moderator of this panel, which is well framed for a long day and a rich day. So we will have the time to share with you and exchange with you. So I would like to start with a challenge in order to have an active conversation. So we have listened to, I'm talking about an academic perspective, and also as an actor of the civil society. So it's been already said that this partnership is existing. So, and we'll have the testimonies later on, but also it's the relationship between the civil society and municipalities. It's very rich in its depth. So if in certain situations, so there is also some confrontation and tensions between the municipalities and the civil society. So so if there is a collaboration, and we are trying to find out the partnership between the municipalities and the civil society. So we are here in the heart of the democracy debate, and more precisely in the participatory democracy. And it's the principle. So we are in a logic to say yes, so we need to go in this direction in the participatory democracy. So in a condition that it should be adopted and applicable in different contexts, whether it is a national or a local. So we are talking here about the civil society, but I would like to call back the main actors. So it's the citizens who try to get together to be shared. So they were also proven in the literature. So it is strong, but they are also weak. So structured. So without democracy in the interest of the civil society, without even the resources, or also so because so there is also the external funding. So it was also criticized for not having a plan or strategic plans for long-term strategic plans. So we are talking about the civil society, which they are in some context and they are not suspended in the air. So in this concept in our countries where we have the weight of the colonization and imperialism and the external influence that have an influence on the local context. We're also in a context where we are also in different degrees under the weight of the bad governance. So we are in the heart of the debate, especially, so I'm talking about, talking to my African colleagues, where the ethnicity take us to talk about the later democracy and also the lack of a real democracy and the lack of a real vision for a national identity, which is promoting for our future. So we need to look towards the same direction as a municipality and as a civil society. So we are in a conflictual society, of fear from one another, of syndromes of us against them. So instead of being living together, so these tensions are still visible, and when it has to deal with in the relationship between the state and the citizens. So we are in the heart of the governor and the people who are working in the districts, especially in the surrounding area. So it's the local authorities and their interactions by the local authorities. So it's the relationship between the central and local departments. So the Meyer diplomacies, it's a concept which is a late complex that was it was reserved to the older Meyers. So we are talking about the Meyer democracies as a sovereignty. Arguments for sovereignty are very strong, where the decisions and the decisional process, so they are taken at the central base. And also we take them to the mayors and the governors, who they need to answer the imperatives for the region. So besides their region, so it takes me to answer a question from a brilliant panelist. So the first question. So starting from what I have said in a perspective, pessimistic perspectives and skeptical perspective, and also optimist person, how can the municipalities and the cities and the districts, all the denominations, possible denominations, they work with the civil society, really? So is there any existing juridical legal framework in order to facilitate this partnership? So I will start by recognizing my colleagues on all remotely online. So Antonia, my colleague Antonella. Then I will call back Mrs. The governor, who's working in the southern district with a long experience. Then I go back to Guinea with my colleague Osman, and then to Dr. Solange. So this is my first question. So is there really any partnership? So can we answer? So I'll start by Antonella, and then Osman, and then Dr. Solange, and then Labou Seigneur. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So can you hear me? Thank you very much, Erika. here to would like to thank Laima for inviting me, and I'm very honored to be with you today, and to share my experience in Europe and of the Parliament on the theme of the participatory democracy, and also to learn more from you from what I'll be sharing. So maybe the starting point in the framework of the participatory democracy. So in our point of view, so the participatory democracy is not an exercise of style or ideology exercise. It's a resolution method for solving problems. So starting from this point of not having political ideology in the back. So it's a method to solve complicated problems. So the method is saying that the solution is here between us, even the biggest problems. So as we've seen yesterday, and we has been stated by Eric today, so the solution, it's in the head of our citizens, who they have potentials and resources. And this participatory approach, it allow us to multiply the resources. So it's a paradigm solution. So it's to do in politics and governance, so that the citizen, they are not any longer exclusively beneficiary of service, but they are actors of the local politics. So it's a reverse of paradigm. So important. So it's also a destination for us of our collectively partner. So taking in consideration these elements, so we can effectively identify the lines of the framework in which we can develop this tool of solving problem for the participatory democracy. So the first framework, it's the framework of decentralization, and the where the local collectivity, they have roles and competences that are linked to the resources, and they have autonomy. So it allows the participatory democracy. So, and without the participation of the local participants, so we cannot talk about the citizen participation effective. So the second one is the framework that is looking into the potential of the civil society. It means that we need to have a legal framework that will allow to the citizens to create the aggregation and to create the implementation of the network of their potential. So we need a framework of decentralization, and also a framework of valorization and recognition. So as an association that were created 22 years ago by the European Council, so we are implementing through our activities the process of the map and the regulating the participatory citizen participation. So there are guidance line and that are looking for trust framework between the local institution and the civil society, and also the dependence of the civil society to be an actor and a part of this autonomy, and also the autonomy of the civil society that cannot depend on this local authority. So the practice, Eric, is we need to do everything in order to get the civil society involved, and in this framework ad hoc, so in a consultation from time to another. So it's an approach that should change the paradigm of governance, and also which is looking for the citizen participation in all the decisions in elaborating the theories and the projects and the identification of the monitoring and etc. So I think that effectively, so there are issues, and we will talk about them later on. So we need to be conscious all that the citizen participation, it is here. It's not a choice whether we do it or we don't do it, it is here. So it's our task, and the task, it is very difficult of the task of the mayor. It's to govern this citizens' participation and to put it and to make it productive, and that the conflict be the participation. So and proposition. So in a point of view of added value of the citizen participation. So if there any person between us, so maybe they can have doubts of the necessity and the added value of this approach. So it creates a trust in time, and without the trust from our civil society, so all the local politics, so they can be inefficient. So this trust that is existing between our citizens and the institutions, so it is created by the measures of the participation. So it is creating resources, as I said earlier. So the local authorities, so they have never in Africa, so they now have enough resources to answer all the necessities of the territories. So one crisis after another, the migration crisis, environment crisis, COVID crisis, and all the crises. So all the local authorities, they have different tasks, and the citizen participation, it permits to multiply the resources in the territory. It's the companies, the university, the schools, and the citizens. So I'll stop by saying that so the citizen participation organized, so I will talk about it later on, professional and organized, it will allow to lighter the conflicts, so here and elsewhere, so and through the practices of the citizen participation, so this conflict, it will lighten the, so we need to lighten the conflict and to manage the conflict, and through this framework of participation, through the decentralization process and the work on the civil society, we can have this added value. Thank you very much, and we will talk about it later on. So I'm here remotely with Julia. Julia, can you hear us? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So I would like that you react regarding the legal framework of this partnership. So, and also, what are the conditions, necessary conditions in order to triumph this partnership? So then Osman will talk later on. So good morning, everyone, and thanks to the EMA for this invitation. I'm very happy, pleased to be with you, even it is remotely, and also to contribute and of this alliance in this global partnership to loot against poverty, and all the programs and our objective is to these urban and the ideas of women. So I will talk about so in order to answer your question, so I think that the aspects, important aspects, it's to create so I'm going to I think the speaker was muted. I think they muted the speaker.
C'est bon, hein?
Non, parce qu'elle est en ligne.
Ah,
the speaker was muted.
Bon, je disais bonjour à toutes et à tous.
So I can say good morning.
Comme Antonel, je suis très heureux de participer à ce congrès de l'AMF pour apporter ma modeste contribution, mais aussi d'apprendre beaucoup de tout ce débat autour de la gouvernance locale. Eric, si vous me permettez, je vais juste revenir sur le cadre politique institutionnel pour pouvoir quand même planter un peu le décor, parce que la question de la participation de la société civile dans la gouvernance locale, territoriale, dans la gouvernance publique. Nemo n'est pas un fait nouveau. C'est quelque chose
Well, when it comes to political power within local authorities, it is existing through regulations and legal framework and of course political involvement and will. Well, in a simple manner, there is an involvement from the public society or the civil society, which are compulsory in terms of a legal framework, in terms of decentralization or different other texts in different sectors. And this is going through the obligation to have the involvement of political or administrative powers in order to inform the public and to inform the civil society of a certain number of a set of elements through diagnosis or studies at a political level. The case of different cities within our country, and we are obliged to publish once the budget is adopted to the public and to know the content, like the development plan of the country, which are elaborated within the commune. This is obligation that we need to take into consideration, of course, another form of involvement from the civil society, and we need to consult it in terms of different numbers, like the procedures for planning, territorial planning, or other real estate throughout technical support, and we are obliged to consult the civil society and to conduct different inquiries and surveys in order to consult the citizens. This is a political and administrative power that we need to take into consideration in terms of collaborating with the civil society. Another form to make the involvement of the civil society, and which is required by the different partners, social partners, to be associated on the elaboration of different decisions. This is to say that the political authority is not obliged to take into consideration the opinion done by the civil society, but we need to cooperate. These are different aspects that regulation asks for the involvement of civil society. Would you like to please insist on the equality between different partners? Well, there are different forms that are improving the roles of each partner. We are talking about the participative management, the self-management, and also the implementation of different efforts. This need, of course, the involvement, the political will, and the political involvement. We need to elaborate a good politic on this level and to make it clear for different partners in order to make it possible to different actors to play their own roles. That's why we need to think about the good roles of beneficiaries participating on the project. Civil society should be structured and organized in a way that this civil society would be subscribed on different actions defined within the local authorities. This structuration and organization should be available also to communal authorities, and the different services should be capable to structure their organization and the intervention of the civil society on their own territories. Say that we need to make it possible for good conditions in order to make the participation of civil society effective and to give them the opportunity also to give good ideas and to create a good partnership, and why not to create a good network. Julia, would you like to intervene, please? We still have Julia online. Do you hear us? Yes, your mic, please. I just wanted to focus on what you've been talking about concerning the panel. What are the good conditions in order to make equality between the civil society and the local authorities, and how to reconstruct a good confidence and to create a good space of dialogue? Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this question, and thanks also for giving me the opportunity to participate to this conference, which is really interesting, and to share the Citizen Alliance. A Citizen Alliance is a normal partner which is fighting against poverty within cities. Our Cities for Women is a program to make it possible for women to participate in an inclusive way. Just to answer your question, we can identify four elements which are really important to develop a participative approach. Inclusive one, the communication. The communication is very important, clear and systematic one within the municipality, but we need also to communicate to civil society, to create spaces and then a method for participation where we are going to have the dialogues, the exchange. You don't need to have only moments, but you need to reconstruct a good participative process and why you need to do it. It's really important to communicate the objectives of this participative approach. The second pillar is the political will to identify the spaces for dialogues with the citizens and the civil society, which are good spaces for participation and to create the environment, the ecosystem for creating the good solutions and idea just to solve the different problems on a very good approach. The third pillar is the capacity building and resources. And of course, when I'm talking about resources, it's financial resource just to develop a participative approach, concrete. And we need also to focus on capacity. We need to support the capacity of the civil society, but also the cities in order to participate on dialogue. And you need to think about the methods, you need to think about the skills for a good dialogue, how to maintain the advocacy, how to use the appropriate methods on a specific context that we are needing on this context. So we are using, for example, images, pictures, and the scenarios. And the fourth pillar is to show the outcomes of this participative process, just to show it through different piloting projects, just to show the effectiveness of this dialogue and to show to civil society what are the impacts and the outcomes of these dialogues. Sometimes we need to show the effectiveness of the objective and the weighted outcomes. I would like to underline the importance of the women empowerment and the women participation, because we are working for empowering women, and they need to use also the good spaces for them to have good access to infrastructures and services, and sometimes they are not taken into consideration in a very good way at the level of political and urban conditions. Well, when it comes to cities, we've been working on different parts where women weren't considered, and we witnessed inequality between women and men, especially when it comes to economic participation and political participation. We wanted to make it possible to women to empower them, especially when it comes to COVID crisis. Also, women are there just to sustain and to support the society. Well, we are going to define a participative approach and a good model for governance. So we need to adopt the perspective of women on participative approach, for example, at the level of different actions. Well, thank you very much. Would you please think about good practices while I'm asking the question to panelists within the room? Thank you very much, Julia. Well, I would like to start by Mrs. Solange. Dr. Solange from Rwanda Governance Board. Would you like to intervene, please? You have the floor concerning the legal framework within the Rwanda city throughout indicators, research, and then the governor will talk about the district and the province just to discuss and what are the good lessons to extract. Well, good morning, everyone. I am really happy to be part of this conference in order to exchange on my experience. The first question being asked to share the legal framework, political and legal framework concerning the partnership between the state and the civil society. Well, as precised by the minister, we have the cooperation with the civil society, and the mayor of Kigali gave different examples. I'm going to notice, first of all, that Rwanda recognizes the good governance as one of the pillars from economic and political point of view and social point of view. This is to say that the citizen is on the core of each action. So we have the choice to guide the good politics and to construct on a concrete way in order to make accountable each partner. And we have also the choice to citizen participation and the inclusion of each member. I would like to quote the men, women, young people, handicapped persons, and like the organic law and constitution, our choices are expressed throughout the legal framework and different other laws related to civil society, like the law related to organization and fundamentals for non-governmental organization, national and international ones. The law related to decentralization also, and the organizations, confessional organizations concerning beliefs, religion, and we have also mentioned the different directions of the minister. This is the partnership basis between the state and the non-governmental organizations and the civil society. So I would like to say that the actual strategy for transformation is reinforcing between the collaboration between the different partners and entities within Rwanda, and the partnership is based on the political of consensus and dialogue. In a few words, we have a good legal framework giving the opportunity to entities, non-governmental entities, to work together with state entities concerning different sectors and to search for different solutions within Rwanda. Thank you very much, Dr. Solange. Dear Governor, you have the floor. Well, I'm really happy to be part of this panel and to share with my colleagues my experiences and good practices, and just to make the relationship between the civil society and public local institutions, especially in my district. In this context, I can tell you that our partner is based on the exchange and sharing. It's about what we are doing within my country. It's the partnership between the public and local civil society organizations. Concerning the questions that you asked, I would like to focus on different concrete examples, and I'm going to talk about some statistics concerning the different achievements about the last year, 2020 and 2021 in a district and in a province. I'm talking, of course, about the different achievements within my district. And in this context, I would like to talk about the governance pillar, the economic and the social transformation. This year, we have more than 400 partners who contributed on activities and who invested a big amount of money in terms of reproduction, in food processing, agriculture. What else? They also participated on facilitating the different other activities, and they participated with big amounts of fish given to different cooperatives, and they improved the cattling and the agriculture, and they also reduced a big part of unemployment within Rwanda by the different partnerships reconstructed with the civil society. And through this, we had the opportunity to create more than 2,000 jobs for people. Let's talk right now about the social transformation, where we did different activities contributing on social transformation. I would like to quote, to cite, different achievements within the health center for mothers, for children, and they contributed also to pay the mutual or the health cover for people. And we can talk about a statistic of 58,000 people taken in charge by those organizations, which are head by different partners working on social sector. And of course, we witnessed also success on different other projects dealing with vulnerable families. The civil society helped in a very effective way. Especially when it comes to the COVID-19 crisis. They were there in terms of sensitizing people and raising awareness of people. And they also worked on public spaces like churches, like the markets. I would like to understand the JAF. What is JAF? Well, I'm not going to insist on that because Solange talked about that. In which way that is working? It's the forum, the joint forum for development, working within districts where we are combining all intervenants working within the district according their sector of intervention. Everything done in this context should go through the forum of JAF. Thank you very much for insisting on that. Well, I'm going to talk about the jurisdiction and the legal framework, the involvement of the civil society, especially when it comes to intervening on different sectors and mediation. And let me tell you that they were there to help us to non-governmental organizations. Very good. They contributed also at reconciliation, fighting against corruption, and to recognize that the civic or the civil education through Lumière Rwanda, or the light of Rwanda, by providing solutions based on our culture. They contributed on that, and plus that, I would like to say that thanks to the partnership between the civil society and local organizations, we started to be competent partners and beneficiary also. We have different examples, but I would like to talk the example of agriculture and farmers who were trained in this context. Well, we can talk the use of fertilizers, the use of the ground, the management of the cattling, and how to train the trainers, managing different problems related to agriculture. And I would like to finish by that. Thank you very much. Nothing more concrete than that, especially when it comes to statistics. I think that we are going to disseminate different documents later on just to understand this interaction between the municipality and civil society. I would like to talk with Julia, Antonella, Solange. Would you like to intervene within 1 minute just to make the sum up? Thank you very much, Eric. I think that the starting point was to be conscious about the political will of local collectivities, the participation of mayors, and participating with civil society as an added value. As Julia said, we need to make it professional when it comes to the partnership between the civil society and the local authority. It has to be a good process built according different conditions. It's not about seizing an occasion or two. It's a long process. It's the changing of a paradigm. It's more than constructive condition. Julia said the process, the feedback, the communication, the reconstruction of strategy. It's a set of regulations that we need to take into consideration in order to go through professionalism and not personalization or customizing related to the mayor, because once the mayor is leading without process, we need to maintain the same process at the level of the civil society and different partners. We need to avoid customization in order to go through the dissemination of results. We need to focus on the citizen role through consultation, through panels, through different scientific commissions, participative actions, etc., etc. And we need together, case by case, choose the good method, the good paradigm to adopt and to adopt to good way to participate by taking into consideration the environment, the recycling, for example, the management of these, etc., etc., etc. We need to take into consideration the different experiences also by taking into consideration the diagnosis of or to make the state of arts. By taking into consideration also the traditions, the customs. There are different traditions concerning the partnership between the civil society and the local authority. I had such experience in Algeria because because we had the opportunity to use the experience of Algeria on our process. So we need to consider the existing situation and to learn from the good practices that is successful actions which can give us the opportunity to maintain a good process. Eric, the most important problem to mention is the process without any good outcome. That's why we need to think here about the interests of the citizen, because they feel like we betrayed them when they involve on a whole process and then without a good outcome. Well, in Europe or in other countries, we've been working on a very good way with local authorities on Tunisia, for example. We've been working on the good dynamic of citizen participation. That was really fruitful. Just to mention another point, we are working with a process which is done by the European institutions, TELT, which is a territorial approach to local development, diversifying the choice of the territory. Eric, it's the last time that I'm going to talk, I swear. We need to think about the professionalization and the process that we are going to use, because that will be a good instrument for good governance. Thank you very much. I think that the state is very important. We still have 10 minutes just to have interaction from the room. But I'm noticing also that Antonella is mentioning the traditional and citizen dimension. We have different examples on Rwanda. Julia and Solange, would you like to intervene after the room intervention? Yes, thank you very much. We can take two or three interaction. You have the lady in pink.
Précisez votre nom, à qui vous adressez la question et en bref, s'il vous plaît. Et si c'est un commentaire, tant mieux.
If it's a command, so could you precise it? Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Abdel Nadar. So could you please get closer to the mic? So I'm taking off my mask. My name is Dr. Abdel Nadar. So I'm a counselor of the cooperation in the region of Nouakchott. So I think that if we are talking about the role of the civil society, so if you're talking about the participatory democracy, so we need to go through the solidarity economy and participatory. So I'm thinking about the role of the local authorities and in the democracy, solidar democracy. Thank you very much. So, Osman, could you think about this? So I'll take a series of questions so that we can answer them all. So there is a mic besides you. Go ahead. Yes, Mr. De Meyer. Thank you very much. I'm Sylvain Goussa. I'm coming from Gotembo, so in the RDC. So it's just a reflection. So I'm trying to think in sounds. So regarding the thematic we are talking about right now. So we're in Africa. So our countries are characterized by some limits linked to the necessities or financial necessities. So we are in Africa where we are trying to define the democracy based on the community basis, and this gives us that everyone is seeking to express based on how he is defining democracy. So we are seeing it from one part, the authority, which are established by the public authority, and that they need in the local area, so manage the locality. So in other parts, so we see the partners, which is the civil society, which is they need to support the actions of the public authority. So we are in the horizon, so we see the ambitions, because in Africa, we are thinking that in order to access to a political position, so it is so it's an easy gain, so achievement, and this has something, and it impacts our society. And there you find that the local authorities, you have a vision in the projects and the actions, political actions and projects, and at the same time, you think to have the civil society as a partner, and the actors. So and also the civil society, they are ambitious also to be like partners, and at the same time, so you think to project and action, but the action is opposed by the civil society in the field, and we are in a conflict, and it's not easy to because today, so the civil society is because you can have a head of civil society, and tomorrow, so you can see him like in a campaign. So I think that we understand, we got what you would like to say. This is I wanted to in the exploitation of this theme. So how to take in consideration these aspects. Thank you very much. Absolutely, thank you very much, Mr. Silva. So I have a real debate here. So in the financial needs, in order to support the actions for the civil society, I also noted the capacity of the civil society in order to manage, and also the capacity of the mayors to answer all these contradictions in the same territory, the coordination of the action, and the eventual conflicts. I understood also what is the democracy, and the definition of the democracy, and these are the real questions. I think that in my introduction, I was in the same direction. So these are things that we note, and to specify the acts of intervention and the resources. I think that this is why not. Yes, madam. So I answer of the Magicians. My name is Magician. I'm the RDC. So I had a small preoccupation regarding the our theme. So, and I had a question that will be answered by all the intervenants. So what do you say about the civil society that see itself as a political party? As it's a passage of people, ambitious people, of the ambitious people, and also what would you say about the politicians who would like to use the civil society as a their own manner of intervening in the community, and this makes that the civil society that doesn't work anymore for the community, but it works for the political parties. So I can hear you. So it's a real debate, and in reality, we can see the reality. So this is what we are talking about. We are talking about the civil society, apolitical civil society, and the politicized civil society, and also what kind of role they are playing. So the last question. So this is commented by everyone. So I would like to take two more questions or comments. So in brief. In the deep of the room, yes, please. Here. Yes, please. So I can see. So can I start? So I can see the mic. So two, please. Two more intervenants. So thank you very much. My name is Atam. So is it a question or a comment? So a comment and the question, both of them. So thank you very much. So I'm Atiso Kopovi. So I'm the GIZ in Togo. And I would like to thank all the panelists, and so for this different experience or shared picture, I would like also to share the experience of Togo that the GIZ supported in some communities in Togo. It is a process, a collaborative process between the civil society and the commune of Togo. So Loto 1. And it's a commune of Palimier, a city. So the process consisted in support and reinforce the capacity of the civil society and organize the civil society in a network. So the platform of the Société Civile au Cloto. So could you go ahead to the point? So the civil society supported the community in the mobilization of the resources. So I would like also to reflect one point, which is the implementation of the office, citizens office, which is a platform between the citizens and the municipality. It permits the mobilization of the citizens around the different projects that the municipality is undergoing. So and also, when can we have these experiences? What are the difficulties that the different municipalities have encountered? Because in Togo, so the major difficulty is the lack of the financial support of the municipality by the civil society in order to end all the projects. So would you please let me stop here, because it is very important that you write your question, and maybe so I'll talk to Mrs. Sandra to give us these questions. So I give the floor to the president of the panel now, chairperson. So, Mr. the Chairman, so with your authority, so could you answer or comment of one or two of these what has been said? So I would like to answer regarding the preoccupation of each one. So the preoccupation, which is the politicization of the civil society, because in our states, so in most of our states, so we have seen the influence of political influence where the civil society played a role in the transformation, and I would say that institutional of our country. So the attempt to politicize the civil society, it's very strong, and it's so the answer it was made by Mrs. Antonella. Mrs. Antonella. So she said what I recorded. So so we need to structurize this society so that they can be to reinforce the movement in its way, because so these are movements that exist before the implementation of decentralization. So in order to avoid that the civil society can be instrumentalized or instrumentalize the public and to structure it independently from the political people and their mandate, because they are organizations that approach the reality of the citizens in the field, and they can react to it. Mr. my President, can we stop here? So I would like to give the floor to Mrs. De Meyer. Thank you very much, Mr. the Moderator. So I would not end before saying the good practice to reinforce the partnership in the southern districts between the local authorities and the civil society. I would talk about the joint planning and the joint implementation. So the second point, it's to sign the performance contract between the participants and the actors of the civil society and the local institutions, as we used to do it in the district between the mayors and His Excellency the President of the Republic. The third point is the program is to have the good practices and to imitate them, and peer review and peer running, and to see the demand of the reactivity of the responsibility, whatever the political actor in the civil society and even the citizens. So we need to be reactive and to actualize what we to update what we haven't done and to see what it was not done. Thank you very much. So the time it was allowed to me, so it's over. So Sandra, so you have 1 minute 30 seconds to Mr. Solange and Osman. Julia, so I haven't forgot you, so thank you very much. So Eric, thank you very much. I would like just to signal the case, the application of the involvement of the civil society in the case of managing the deep managing in the economic development, which are in depth and alimented by the contribution of the municipal. So until lately, so these funds that were created by each restricted, it is managed by the administrative authority. So there were a lot of contestation because 1 million of Guinean franc, it was not good managed. So starting from 2017 and after the contestation from the community and from the civil society, so they organized in each district and they had a technical committee composed of the civil society. It was implemented, and starting from that point, so the repartition of that funds so started to be in equal manner, and the benefits started to be there, and this benefited to the society and to the community, and also it has and it stored the social peace. So we understood. So another point so is that the civil society is oriented to some precise objective, but when there is a problem, so the problem is when the civil society doesn't have orientation, and here we can see the politicians intervening. So thank you very much, Dr. Solange. Please, 5 seconds. Thank you very much. So I haven't had time to share some examples, concrete examples of of partnership. So I would like to say that one of them, we have Rwanda, the national director that we have of the country. It's taken from the local citizen until the president, in order, so we get them involved in order to have the solution for the problem. After that, we have the sectorial meeting between the decentralization and to have the initiatives that is including the civil society. And also I end with that, noting that that's the last example, which is a tool from the Rwandan Office of Governance, COCAD, that is giving us the role of the civil society in what is happening in Rwanda. And here I can cite 3 examples of what we are seeing in this evaluation sheet. So it's the relationship between the state and the civil society, impact and efficiency of the civil society, and also the operation capacity of the civil society in order to reinforce the partnership between the state and the civil society. And thank you very much. Thank you. you very much. So I can give a testimony that the research of the piece. So I mean the Wagan's boot, and I can have the comments and the remarks, and we are trying to enhance the work of the. So I know what the Rwanda office of the civil society is doing. So I think that's thank you very much, Mr. the President of the panel. So I clear. I apologize for the 3 minutes. I thank you very much, Eric, for your speech. And so I would like to be seated until we have the last comment from our Minister Agorassi. Thank you very much. Can we give him a mic, please? Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists and to Dr. Eric for your moderation. So the last comment from our Honorable Minister.
Merci.
Thank you, Professor Ndushabandi, for this beautiful intervention, where we have learned many things. When I have seen the intervention and the question coming from the audience, so I said to myself that we need to underline 2 important elements that permit that Rwanda, the civil society and the government to work hand in hand. So we haven't really conflicts or limits, as I heard in the interventions of the audience members. So Mrs. Valmorbida, so I apologize if I say her name so in bad manner. So it mentioned 2 things. So the political will, the democracy. So for us in Rwanda, so what is supreme? It's the political will. So we gave access to the civil society, so to the private sector, to be a member of the district council, and the district council, it's in charge of to decide the implementation of the politics of the national budget, of the district budget, and the plan of the activity in 5-year term, and the civil society is one of the decision makers. So it is participating in all the process, during all the process. So during many years in the parliament, so 14 years, how I've seen how the civil society is participating in the elaboration of the national budget. So starting from the village to the sector and the popular consultation, and also when the budget gets into the parliament, so the civil society participate, ask questions, and it provides orientation. And whenever these gaps, so joint efforts, so they are transmitted to the parliament for the vote, for voting the budget. And this reflects the reality and the population desire and the population will. So if we're talking, if you take this, so you have your part, and you know what will happen during 1 year. That will happen, what will go. So I just wanted to say that Africa is a continent where the democracy is not detailed in African countries. So we have democracy Rwandan way, and we have a platform where they give their ideas and they participate in different meetings and they come to the national dialogue that is happening once a year, and it is directed by the President of the Republic, chaired by the President of the Republic, and this is something even the diaspora, so they can use it, they can do it through the telephone, WebEx, and so we gave sufficient space to the room to the civil society, so that the civil society reflects the desire of the civil society, so we can have the ambitions. So we need to make choices. So if you are, so there is somebody who mentioned that, so there is some members of the civil society, so they have ambitions other than to work with the civil society and to see themselves entering the political way. So this is what's happening in Rwanda. So we're trying to give enough room to the civil society because they have the open ideas and also in assistant capacity. So we have programs. And we're RGB, so the Rwanda governance bot. So we give the reinforcement of the capacity to the civil society, and we give other opportunities by the government. So I just wanted to, so as a member of the local administration, that so when even if there are like a gap, so the Rwandan government is open to debate what is happening in the interest of the Rwandan people and the Rwandan population, and the transformation and the orientation that's Pokwandami, and is leading our country, Rwanda. Thank you very much, our Honorable Minister. I would like to reiterate my thanks to the President of the panel and all the panelists for this conversation. Very so I can let you go, and for this, and thank you for this experience that was very instructive for all of us. And I suggest so we can take the questions in written. And thank you very much. So I would like to mention two things before letting you go for a coffee break. So it's the respect of the barrier gestures, so, and also the wearing of mask, and also social distancing, and also the using the gel, and also for the COVID-19 test for the people who are leaving on Thursday, and which is doing it, so which is being doing right now in the entrance. So I leave you for 10 minutes, so in order to stretch your legs, and we get back in 10 minutes. So have a great time. Thank you very much. See you in 10 minutes. Bye.
Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques. L'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des 3 piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un esprit d'innovation et utilisons la technologie dans le développement de nos solutions. La collaboration, l'excellence, la flexibilité et la capacité à délivrer sont des éléments clés de notre succès. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer d'échanger avec vous, notamment dans les domaines de la gestion des finances publiques, la gestion de la santé communautaire, la gestion des terres, l'égalité des genres et tant d'autres, tout en vous assurant une expérience hors pair.
projet Inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis est la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'AIMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, la ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants ayant permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques et juridiques de Tunis afin de vérifier les relations contractuelles. De même que la phase d'assainissement administratif et juridique de 60 biens immobiliers a été enclenchée en vue de leur inscription au cadastre national. L'architecture cible du système d'information, qui permettra dans une deuxième phase d'assurer la maîtrise des biens municipaux, a également été définie. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'AIMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le Code de la compte publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc à assurer un suivi de façon permanente pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
We're in the middle of it, you know. We're in the middle of it. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe it. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I think we're bigger than this. You think you're bigger than this, you know. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe it. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the best of us.
Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques. L'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des trois piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un...
Si vous pouviez rentrer, s'il vous plaît, afin qu'on puisse commencer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing ourselves for the second session of this conference. Please, would you join your places?
On y retourne. Les participants qui sont toujours...
Back to the room. Please, participants outside the room, would you join us and take your chairs, please? We are going to start the second panel of this conference. Thank you very much.
Messieurs, mesdames, s'il vous plaît, si vous pouviez revenir dans la salle et reprendre...
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us.
On y retourne, on vous attend. Si vous pouviez reprendre vos places, s'il vous plaît.
We are waiting for you, please, to start the second part of this conference. Would you join us, please? you.
Je propose qu'on commence les discussions.
I propose to start discussions and I invite the panelists to come here and let's give the opportunity to participants also to finish their coffee break concerning the following up of what we started this morning. I would like to say that I hope that you take a break from the first session this morning and let's start the second panel concerning the civil society, how to live together, how to think about social coherence. The objective of this panel is the strategic cooperation between the municipality and the organizations of civil society concerning the overcoming of different states and difficulties for social cohesion. We have different interventions also within the room and through video conference or Zoom. Well, I would like to invite Mrs. Suad Abderrahim, who is the mayor of Tunis and the president of this panel, just to give us the inauguration speech for this panel. And I will invite Janine Shouchouri, who is going to be the moderator of this panel. Suad Abderrahim, please, would you have the opportunity to share with us your thoughts? Yes, I am with you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Friends, colleagues, your excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I would like to thank the mayor of Kigali and the different Rwandese authorities who gave us the opportunity to be part of this conference. Although I am in Tunisia, I would like to participate actively in this meeting in order to give you the opportunity of different witnesses witnessing me as a mayor and a member of different commissions concerning the quality of the topic treated within this conference, just to assure sustainable development and peaceful integration and interaction between citizens and the state. Me as responsible or in charge in Tunisia, I can tell you that the different experiences were really fruitful for Tunisia since the creation of municipalities sustained by or supported by political support with precious partnership to make it concrete as different projects. With the AIMF, I took into consideration the importance of global association and political advocacy and concrete actions on the field. This is to say that it's an essential interaction between reflection and action. And by this, I would like to underline the importance of the AIMF intervention because they were sustaining us throughout the capacity building, information, reinforcement of capacity, the rehabilitation of heritage with the collaboration of the civil society, of course. As far as I am concerned, I think that this is very particular in terms of creating a good network, and the IAMF is giving us the opportunity, good support, we as mayors, members, to overcome obstacles in different sectors touching the local authority and the local management. Concerning Tunisia, throughout the world, we can see very important health situation through the different varieties of COVID-19 that is giving difficulties in terms of mobility. That's why we need to think about our other ways to access different other neighborhoods and to maintain the solidarity. In this context, I would like to focus on different projects supported by the AIMF in order to create a good cohesion and to make it possible for participatory cooperation with the civil society. Since the revolution and even before the law of local collectivity in 2018, giving the opportunity to work within an association and with authorities that give the innovation and the innovative process to work with the civil society in order to create different projects from educational point of view and from creating the civil awareness within the citizens in order to reinforce also employability of young people through different projects. Please, the mic. The mic, please.
Madame,
Mrs. Swad, Mrs. Swad, we lost your voice. Would you switch on your mic, please? You've been talking about the employability of young people. Yes, it's okay. As far as I'm concerned, I think that we are reconstruction a new vision throughout translating it on concrete actions on the field and being near the different populations who gave us trust and confidence in order to reach a common vision, identifying the different point of views and reflecting the different problems affecting the city. I'm really convinced today, although all different problems and social crises, we need to have governors who are the reflection of accountability, responsibility, and working in cooperation with other partners. It's about working in community with different actors and stakeholders in order to create a good environment, a good ecosystem by using the intelligence of all partners to respect differences, to respect culture, to be tolerant, and to respect also the diversity of people. These are values characterizing the civil movement and the human being. The influence of AIMF to disseminate those values are really important. Well, I think that the AIMF is a good partner to disseminate such values in order to reduce the potential violence within our societies. This is to say, to give the opportunity to people to be themselves and to translate their actions. And the sentence illustrating our logo is to gather the different destinies and to respect diversities. This is about diversification of the strategy and the reconstruction of participatory governance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire.
Thank you very much, dear Mayor of Tunis. I would like to give the floor to our moderator, Nujeri, for the moderation of this panel. Good morning, everyone. I hope that you are hearing me. Thank you very much, the Mayor of Tunis, Souad Abderrahim. We are lucky because we have the presence of different mayors, different municipalities. We have the former ones, the present ones, and of course, Ms. Souad Abderrahim, who started this panel. Well, we are going to focus on how to live on social cohesion between cities and civil society Well, we have different panels here with a very good experience. They are going to introduce themselves through their experiences. We are going to start by Mrs. Jalila Cameroon, who is a part of Cameroon because her child was ill. So she is online, although that, and we are pleased to have her among us. Good morning. Good morning, Jaili Amadou. Thank you very much for being with us. Although the difficulty that you are witnessing right now and your child who is ill, I would like to introduce you. I decided not to do it, but I'm going to do it with you. You are a writer. You wrote a novel called The Impatient, which had a prize, Francophone prize 2020. You are among us. The topic on which we are working right now is the social cohesion. For your novel. It was really important. I would like to talk about systematic and the singular problem, like marrying the very young girls and the society where you evolved, and you talked also about the impatient. This is a word taken from another novel. That means that you need to resist, you need to be impatient. Well, the novel have three heroes, different on their characters, and you are going towards empathy with these women who are victims and wardens of what they are living. I really appreciated the book. It's like living on a body and orbiting in another world. So I would like to have an idea or an opinion from your side as a writer, as a woman, how to change the situation, knowing that you are living in Cameroon. Thank you very much for the question. Once I started writing the novel, I think that it's something that belongs to me because I can express the problems lived by these women. As far as I'm concerned, the writer should be the mirror, the reflection of his society. No one can express that on your place. No one can express what you are living in your own society, because sacrifices can be only expressed by the person who is living it. I couldn't think about something else but writing and expressing the problems that women were living in a society where everything is taboo. Well, that pushed me to raise awareness of the people concerning different travels lived by women and how to express different solutions, feasible solutions in this context. Well, I think that we have connection travels. Yes. Well, yes. We can hear you right now. Sorry, it's a question of connection. No problem, you can follow on your ideas. Yes, I can hear you. Well, I told you that in Sahel region, some young girls are married before 15. They're still child, God. They are forced to marry. This is not hidden, actually. Everything is shown. I wanted to talk about that on a civil way and to work on a local collectivity in order to solve such trouble and to think about sustainable solutions. Why should we transform these young girls to victims? As far as I'm concerned, the fact of writing these last years, especially in 2020, and to gain near UNICEF as ambassador, that gave me the opportunity to work with the civil society, with the different associations, and to create an advocacy within the administration, etc., in order to find feasible solutions and concrete solutions at the level of my country and other regions where women are suffering, especially from different other troubles like Boko Haram. Let's say that a woman who lives that situation and she's spoken with the chief of the village. And the chief of the village said that he is going to make arrangements to avoid such problem and give the opportunity to girls to finish or to follow their studies. That's what I wanted to focus on, because the target for me is to give a good model for young people or young girls to conduct their advocacy and give them the opportunity to live their lives as they intended it. This is on which I've been working with the civil society. Well, I'm going to interrupt you. I hope that you are going part of the next panel. Do you hear me? I hope that you are going to stay with us just a moment. I'm taking into consideration what you've been talking about. The first part is about writing such points which are taboo subject. You as a writer, you have the role of reflecting the situation of your society. I'm going to continue with the rest of the panel. On my right or on my left, we have the mayor of Ouidah, Mr. Christian Wichidou. It's a city of Benin. Concerning this subject of living together, I would like to hear from you. Concerning Ouidah, as far as I'm concerned, you talked about John Smith with the partner of AIMF. Well, Christian, you can talk if you want.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Janin. So we need to say that Ouidah is a city that you say it's very known in the world because it's one of the spots of slavery, and it is also known by the UNESCO to be the birth of slavery. So now we need how to govern this city, and with the IMF. So we try to do an experience over there, and I would like to share it with you very quickly. So how it is about. So we need to say that in Ouidah we have a site which emerged the first colonial court, and it was deliberated. So what the colonial court does, so the colonial court, it's so as it is known, it's said, so it's when the colonizer, so it managed the conflicts and to try to come with a trial. So this court, it was built by the colonizer for about 200 years, and then the city, with the support of the IMF, so they did with it something extraordinary. But before starting with this, what was done by the IMF, the support of the IMF, so there is a black mayor from the Alabama. So he tried to me in his testimony that to be buried in Ouida. So he is asked. So after a visit, so he asked to be buried in Ouida in this colonial court. So as you've seen, it's a site which is full of history and all the memories for the city and for the Benin also. So with the support of the Benin, so the city decided to transform these centers and to put it as centers for cultural exchange and digital adjustment. So this center was, it has an objective, it's to host different activities, social activities and artistic activities, and which allow to the actors of the civil society, with the support of the with the IMF and the support of the in order to have fun over there. So the different actors of the civil society, so of Ouida, so especially and mainly the neglected and the handicapped and the marginalized people. So they found that through these centers, a window to express their activities and the choreography, dance, music, and graffiti, and many other things. And for us, it was an extraordinary experience that we are living in this center. So this center was opened in June 15th, 2021, so a month ago, with the presence. So you're talking about the 15th of June, yes, 15th of June 2021, with the support of the IMF. So this is like in a brief what the center which have been built and which is a pearl for the city. So for the cultural center for the encounters, international encounter. So it is within a network so there are 43 in the world, and there is 2 in Africa, 1 in Hammamet in Tunisia, and the second one is in Ouida in Hammamet. So this is what I wanted to express, and I wanted to express the experience that we are living in Ouida and IMF. Thank you very much for this presentation. So I say that there is a monument that was ruined, and it is a sightseeing, and with the support of the IMF and the participation of the local support. So you made it as an exchange for a counter and exchange. So as you said, like in Africa, there are only 2 in Africa. So we are very happy and glad to have the second one in Africa. So now I'm addressing the our honorable Jeanne d'Arc Cuba, so which is with us. So just like next to you, so she's the mayor of Kigali, and she's in the promotion for the gender promotion of women and the 3 of the social enhancement. So it is something large that is covering many topics for the people who are with us since tomorrow, since yesterday and today. For the subject, they were aboarded. And I would like to hear Jeanne d'Arc for some particular things, mainly how after the genocide for the people who are not Rwandese, so how was the constitutional elaborated, and how did the government wanted to an intentionality in international through the activities, and I would like to talk to you about it, about the VOP. So I give you the floor right now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Janine, for giving me the floor. So I would like to thank l'IMF for the organization of this meeting that is letting us, that is allowing us to exchange. So for the question that was asked to me, so I'd like to say that Rwanda, so after the genocide that was against the Tutsi, so our countries, it was like at the bottom of the scale, and it was killed, demolished without talking about the weeks that we lost, and also the social tissue that was torn. It was difficult to talk about the process of living together and social cohesion, like we were, because the victims that they say it as the pro, but there is also refugees who are coming from the outside of the country, who made 30 years outside the countries. What happened? So the power, the government of the national unity decided to call all the higher officials, ministries, MPs, ministers, MPs, so, and the interior people, so the wise people and the church priests, and in order to imagine what can we do in order to recreate this social tissue and to debate about the future of Rwanda. So they debated about it like for 1 year, and it was each weekend, and they took as conclusion 3 priorities. So the union of the Rwandese in first time and first rank, and the participatory democracy and the economic development. So after finding these 3 priorities, so they said that now the life can start to put everything in the constitution. So they created a constitution, elaborated a constitution, a national constitution. So in the life order Rwandese that was made by the Rwandese, so in the base of consultancies, so that the people they were approached, so even the civil society they contributed in order to make these texts so that they are governing us until today. And we can say, so this is a participatory democracy, so the economic development and inclusive economy. So I would like to say that the implementation of this constitution, so obviously, so the political comes at the first leg, because what they convened on, concerted on,
création de beaucoup de commissions, notamment la commission
decision-making positions, and so they are talking about the reconciliation, and maybe my brother, my colleague we'll talk about later on, and also, so we had the Council of Women, the Council of Children, so all these mechanisms, so they were consulted and they were defined by the higher officials of the state, and also all the programs that were put in the municipalities and the decentralized entities. Thank you very much, and I think it was important to talk about the process of recreation of the politics through the fundamental text. So, and through that, so we know that the state was ready to make experts participating. So you talk about these councils, specific councils of youth and handicapped, disabled people. So so for to think about the politics, and also to apply them. So so whatever it is, so the conceptions of the civil society, so in all its layers, so they will participate. Thank you very much for your contribution at this level. So we will have other emails. I would like if the technician can make it, so we can get connected to the Gregor Sanderlang, who's in Leuke. So good morning. Good morning, so you are hand of the plan of the social cohesion of the city of Liège. So we know that it is underwater. So, and I thank you for being with us in this CORC. So, and I would like to talk to you about the participation of CORC since the beginning. So thank you very much. I would like, so unfortunately, so the CORC is and all the regions. So they are touched by the floods. And we had many people who died, and also so many people who are missed and who are lost until now. So, but these so we had like solidarity wave from the citizens, so who came from villages and neighborhoods, and the civil society. They were working with us, and they were helping and mobilized to help. And I think that's giving hope for changing the paradigm. So I received that. So I have a message to address you. It's the experience of the work of the Cork, the city of Cork, since decades right now. So we effectively, we need to put the city with all the stakeholders and to multiply the process and of consultation and constructions in different levels. And this is what we are trying to do, because for the civil society, so it has an important role. So I can see four elements, important elements in the level of the democracy. So the society, so it's playing a role. And it's like to attract attention regarding the concrete problems and also the needs. So we need all this. So we need of all these ears and of this vision that is attracting the attention of the all the elements, so which is the civil society, which is playing this role, and also the complementarity of the services for the public services. So we have organizational forms of the civil society who are flexible and from the instead compared to the bureaucracy. So we can see also for the civil society. So we see that it is very important. So the third element, which is fundamental for me, it's during the pandemic. So we've seen that the civil society, it was it was at the beginning of the development of the initiative. So and they were helping each other. So this is. This associative network, it was one model, and it helped to build a trust between the society and the government. So I'll give you two examples, very extraordinary examples. So I'm in a jogging club, and through the network, we contacted the victims. So the people, they organized spontaneously to help and to support the people who were hit, and at the same time, so we were conscious of to gather gather funds, and the municipality opened the schools to gather all these donations coming from citizens, and it was based through this networking that was created. So effectively, so as we said today, so the civil society, it's playing a great role in the mobilization, human mobilization, and social and cultural elements in order to build a mass of projects for the beneficial for the society and and also for the city. So my role in the society is to be a facilitator and cooperating between the civil society and the municipality. So you are facilitator and coordinator. So this is your position. So you are playing, you are a bridge, and it is very important during the moment of crisis. And we can see the crisis that were built and tested. So you just mentioned like a great test. So you can talk about the people from Cork who were mobilized, who were volunteers, and also they are like open right now, and they are ready right now in this second lockdown. So we have seen volunteers who are distributing food. So in initiative, So I go back to you. So in the second part, so stay with us, please. So I carry on with you, Carlos Moreno, because we will go to another so we just talked this flexibility because the structure was there. So because you are in Paris and you are like a teacher at the Pompidou Sorbonne and the university. So so we talked about a lot of subjects. So there are people who would like to know what is Paris, how many people, because it's a big city. So the surface, so and also how we can get the citizens of the civil society get involved, and because of the number of the size of the population. So so I would like to talk to you about the city of Khartoum that you suggested to the municipality, and it will duplicate it in the whole world. So could you talk to her? Thank you very much for this invitation, and it's a pleasure for me to be with you. And so it's always for me, it's I'm pleased to be in Africa, so in Kigali, and I hope it will be the last now, so we hope so. So regarding your question, so so as a professor and a researcher, so I mobilize in my teams to be confronted to the reality, so which is the territory. So and which is applied in other. So to understand how to live together otherwise, and how to use the resources, so and in avoiding spreading, and also the emission of the CO2, and also so I formulated in 5 years ago during the COP21. So so the pandemic, world pandemic, and because of the lockdown, so it put us through something that I formulated 5 years ago, which is to how we can exchange our experience. So in order to live together, and that can be more in nature. And so not only for the ecological, for this, and also we can create the economic value. So the so and so the proximity. So we are living in a world, whether it is in Paris, in other cities, whatever the density is. So as you know, so Paris is the 6th density in the world. So we can see it's like it's a small, medium-sized city. So we can see also. We can talk about the distance between work and where we live, and also the distance between where we live and the culture centers. So this is creating what we call confinement, and also being locked down. So we need to contribute to have another space, because we have, I think, this company and also a social deconnection. So today, so the proximities are in the heart of the transformation of living together, and the role of the mayors with the civil society. It's very important to create the new proximities, because we are living in this in Kigali. It's during these 4 days. It's a real proximity. It's the proximity of the language, the proximity of the francophonie. So it's to get back with the what we're having. So it's have a local work, a job, and also to have to live a neighborhood. So what do we construct? So why are we constructing constructing new buildings which are far at the same time, so we are not reusing some buildings which are within the neighborhood. So sometimes we can. So during the weekend, so the schools are locked during the weekend. So the nightclubs, so they open the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So at from 3 p.m. Till 5 in the morning. So what we do with during the other days and time. So this is something what we can say. There is a loss of. It's a wasteful. Of things, so we can reuse things. So we are living in urbanism heritage, which is called functional. So a building we can use it just once. So we need to change the paradigm. So we need to go to some places where we have multiple uses. So in the beginning, afternoons, evenings. So and each use can be like at new level, and this can be created by the civil society and the citizens. So we can ask them for that, and when we give them the voice for that, so we have a lot of ideas. So maybe it can be like a nightclub. It can be in the afternoon or in the evening. It can be also, and in the afternoon it can be a gym. So maybe it can be when there is like more. And maybe when there is like less people, so it can be a classroom. So at 4 p.m. so we can have a language course. So and this is everything which is and this is to show the multi-use of one building. So so in a school which is opening during the weekend, so the same building used for other pedagogical for other activities. So maybe for cooking, artistical activities, and the diversity of activities. So this is the city of 1 quarter or of half an hour. So it's helping us to live in proximity. So why are we spending 1 hour to go for going and 1 hour for getting back? And at the same time, so we have some buildings that we can use. So this is what we showed at the lockdown. So it showed us that we can work within the proximity, so we can build the spaces and build the spaces. So what we have today with the pandemic, so we have a unique occasion in order to create new proximities and to recreate our neighboring and to create the new social living, and also to get away from this intensive, and to get away from this ego of having just like a life and also living in his social media, and he doesn't know what his neighbor's name. So in order to have some short paths and to create bondage with others, and also so in my origin culture, so it is we are coming from one distance, and we are living together, and we can live together. Thank you very much, Christian.
Nous avons introduit ce concept de nouvelle proximité, et dans une ville comme Paris, pour ceux qui ont vécu à Paris, dans des très grandes villes qui sont des cités dortoirs, où le casse-tête de tous les jours, c'est les transports publics, le temps qu'on y passe, le temps qu'on revienne, et où en fait tout ce décloisonnement et cette distance créée est un terroir très, très fertile, malheureusement, pour les crises. Et donc, on vous entendra aussi en deuxième partie sur ces mêmes sujets-là. Je vais continuer avec, de nouveau, la Tunisie.
To follow with Tunisia.
So you are within the University Human of Tunis, and you will be talking
to talk with a professor from the University of Tunisia. And we started to talk about the concept of different other pillars of social cohesion. Maybe as a sociologist, you can talk about your own experience, Mrs. Wafi. Molahun. Well, I just wanted to seize the opportunity just to wish a good feast of Eid because Eid is in Tunisia right now. It's a Muslim celebration. Well, I'm artist and painter also. Oh, well, what is really important in this conference is using the different social pillars, the social coherence or cohesion that was used by the socialist Durkheim. He talked about the solidarity between the individuals and the collective consciousness, and social cohesion means values, solidarity, equity, and access rights, human rights. Talking about social cohesion or goods or social possession is creating links. It's a network for solidarity and belonging for individuals, which can be reinforced or weakened by different changes, social changes concerning the society, concerning individualism, liberalization, etc. We need to take into consideration the different points, negative or positive, how to live social cohesion together, all people creating the social link are targeting living together. Living together means the cultural differences and how to have intercultural competences, how to open up to others and how to negotiate with others, to understand the difference of the others also. It's a kind of decentralization. And I'm going towards the most important part. As Marine didn't say, we need to overcome the stereotypes, the stigmatization, and the dictatum of the society, also society. So sorry. This is to say that we need to live together. We need to focus on more equity, and the sociology of the art is going to give us the opportunity to overcome the difficulties. Of course, if we can have a projection later on, just to give you more examples, you are giving us a framework for dialogue. We have a churchman also among us who is responsible within a community for reconciliation and solidarity, and among the different actions, he as a Catholic priest, after the genocide, we as Rwandese society, we have been through different difficulties. We couldn't afford any legal framework to live together, and we reinvent a legal framework, not only the concept to live together, but also to give meaning for people who listed after the genocide. I would like to hear from the Abbey. I would like to hear from you talking about the singular choices of Rwanda after the genocide. What are the different forums created in order to recreate the idea of living together? You have the floor.
Allô?
On vous entend.
Yes, do you hear me?
Madame Janine.
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Janine.
Tout d'abord,
Well, first
ce
of all,
concept de vivre ensemble,
this
c'est
concept of
important,
living
c'est
together
riche.
is a
Ce
very
concept en
rich
soi, mais
concept
comme vous
on
l'avez dit,
itself, but
on ne
as
peut pas
you've been
bien saisir la
saying it
totalité
before, we can't
de
seize the whole meaning of it. without working on it, without placing ourselves on the context of political and historical framework within our country. As a great part of you, you know already that 27 years ago, this concept of living together was unthinkable, unimaginable, unbelievable. We've been through a genocide of 94, which take away the human life, the humanity of the society. We lost more than 1 million of Tutsis and a destructive hurricane, taking with it everything. And we had only ruins after that and disasters. And thanks, all that happened actually because of armed groups with the General Paul Kagame. We stopped this genocide, but what left in the country was empty, on an obscure side. And in front of such situation, we had to think about an operational choice. After the genocide, we had to overcome this traumatic situation. The social cohesion, how to live together again, wasn't existing anyway. The disaster was there, and divorce was there between Hutu and Tutsi. So we had to think about another choice. Rather to choose a total separation, no longer living together, signifying to sign the death of a whole group and to cancel everything from the map of the world, or to think about living together again. That was a very difficult choice to think about and impossible also to realize. Just to live together within Rwanda, the vocabulary of living is meaningful when you have to live with it. So we had to use this meaning and to focus on living together. And the effort was asked from each Rwandese. And we had also to have a vision. That's why the government of national union was taking place, and the government had as a major challenge to rebuild Rwandese nation with the great reconciliation between each partner and focusing on pillars like sustainable development, solidarity, and tolerance. What we had to do also is to repatriate all refugees, external and on internal parts of the country. We had also to collect all members of armies who lived the genocide and who stopped the genocide. We had to put together all partners and to recover as a society. The government also conducted the working on different points like the cancel of death penalty. That needed a great courage and braveness. We had also to create an institutional environment. My a colleague talked about that. We had to create a national commission for reconciliation and for reconstruction. And concentrated on different members from the state and the civil society with different confession, religious confession also. We had to think about something else. Imagine a genocide with different victims from different levels of the society. Try to imagine during 100 days a genocide, a degree of preparation and participation. We had to realize justice, and we had also to think about the different tribunals and the courts. That was a long process. We had to think about our own resources and cultural heritage also. We created courts specialized on different jurisdictions, traditional jurisdictions of aftershock, for example, as a solution in the light of what is happening in Rwanda. That was really effective. And as I told you, there was a vital space for communities and for communication in order to resolve conflicts and in order to realize justice. This process had as a target to reconciliation by concrete acts. There was searched on this jurisdiction of Richacha, not the sanction of individuals, but targeting the social cohesion and to preserve people from another genocide. Well, the outcomes were tangible, were concrete by creating different forums at the national level where the former mayors, the former administrator, responsible were asked to discuss with the new partners the future of the country. We've been also thinking about creating a national program called Tumen I Am Rwandese. This program was targeting to rebuild the identity of Rwandese citizens and to free them from what happened. Abarindigi Baidu, which is really difficult to translate, that means the warden or the protector. Idihango means the pact. This is to say, the warriors to protect Rwanda, the faithful protectors of the country. During the tragical moments of our story or our history, these men and women gave their lives to save other lives. That means in 2015, if I'm not wrong, the National Commission for Reconciliation and Unifying, in collaboration with the Interclub, which is in regionality from Rwanda. It's a forum imaginated and created by Rwanda in 96, where the members of a government were working together to sustain or to support members of government in order to create an ecosystem, an environment of dignity and reconciliation. And the members of Interclub, even today, they are permanent members, vital members. Well, it's an original thing in Rwanda. Well, just to go back to the National Commission with the Interclub started to identify within the whole country men and women, heroes, to give the opportunity to the president of Republic to give them the opportunity to serve their countries. We also had the existence and the assistance of different partners after the genocide. Imagine a country going out through genocide, and after that you have to deal with the orphans, with the infants and the children, with no parents, with no families, how to train them, how to put them in centers, and to give them the opportunity to have another life. That wasn't an easy task, actually, if we didn't have the help from the civil society. Well, I'm going to stop right here. Thank you very much for your sharing. We need to think that the example that you gave were really good inspiration. Another passion you've been talking about every concrete thing, and thanks to your intervention, I think that living together is very important and exploded in Rwanda. That was reinvented in a certain way, and you've been learning by doing. In French, is living together, but in Rwandese, living. And living means living together, actually, with the different components of components. I would like to seize this second part to hear from you. If you have different interventions concerning what have been said. Another message from Lebanon that I would like to read, and then I would like to have some questions from the room. Please don't hesitate to share your thoughts. Please, I'm going to take 5 questions from the room, and we are going to give you the opportunity to vary your interventions, and we are going to alternate between the panelists' interventions and your questions. Well, I would like you to read the message coming from Lebanon. Do you have any comment? Share with us. I will give you the opportunity to do it after reading the message of Lebanon from Mahamalouf Kassouf, who is a consultant in the municipality. What is happening in Lebanon, everyone knows about it, I know. She's saying, for us, living together is living, but it is more and more difficult for Lebanese population. The civil society is working very hardly just to answer and to meet the expectation of people which are suffering from the situation in Lebanon. Thank you very much for thinking about us in order to overcome the difficulties lived by our country. Mahamalouf Kassouf, who is the consultant within the municipality of the city of Zahle in Lebanon. Well, different problems within Lebanon, like a pandemic, like the poverty, and the social and political instability within Lebanon. Maybe the situation was like in Rwanda. I'm going to take the comment of Mr. Buchinu and then a question from the room. Thank you very much, Janine. I would like to answer a question that all participants are asking. This is to say, how to live together and to create communication. We need to say that this framework created by the AIMF is giving the opportunity of the collaboration of different actors and the exchange or sharing of different activities through different actors, as I told you from the beginning, that gave us the opportunity to enlighten the different efforts, the overlapping of different efforts from organizations, a great number of civil society organizations also that gave the opportunity also to express the talent and the expertise by leading the same situation and giving the opportunity to people to interact in the right way. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you very much, Mr. Wichenu. I would like to add also to people present here, we have a common history with the Ouidah city in 2004. For the 20 years from the genocide, a project was done in the foreign communities within Rwanda. People of pottery, were creating a big installation. The genocide was erased, and we needed to show through pottery the men of the history, and there are different pictures of this exposition. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to have different interactions from the room. Sir, would you please introduce yourself? And then the question. Thank you very much. Thanks for all panelists. I'm Romulus Apetikus. I'm coming from Benin. I am elected within the municipality of city of Kutu. I am not going to focus on the sensitive situation of Rwanda, but I'm going to ask some different points. Living together, social cohesion is very important when it comes to partnership between the municipalities and the civil society, of course. This is to say, in which period, if we are actually going to inspire from the case of Rwanda, when there was an obligation after the genocide, shall we search for social cohesion peace after a crisis, or shall we start searching for it through a long process? Is it a long process, or is it something that we need to think about after a crisis? Well, the second preoccupation, which is last one, please, because we don't have enough time. Well, concerning the different interventions of civil society at different stages of citizenship, I would like to think about the funding. Is it done by the budget of municipality, or is there any other resources for helping civil society to play effectively their roles? Well, because actually I am the president of the Funding Commission and Financial Commission. So in which way we can help the civil society? Well, two questions asked for different panels. I hope that Mr. Gregor is online to answer this question when it comes to funding them. And the first question, is it about living together every time, or living together after crisis? Well, I'm going to take two other questions. Yes, please. I would like to think about gender approach also. Any woman to ask a question? Please come here. As that you've been the next one. Yes, please, you have the floor, sir.
Oui.
Yes, please. Good morning, everyone. I am Sadi Kaba. I'm Nigerian from the diaspora. My name is Sadi Kaba. I am a Nigerian from diaspora. I'm coming from the southeast of Nigeria, where we can find Boko Haram. Everyone knows about Boko Haram. And after the decision of policy in December 2016, they decided that people from Boko Haram who quit and make disarmament, people who kill it before, we can forgive them. But the difficulty of the exercise is very important. That's why the experience of Rwanda can help us in this context. This kind of forgiveness is given by the state. It's the state who decided that if a fighter from Boko Haram quits and resigns, he is going to be forgiven. And it's not a social forgiveness, it's a state forgiveness. In order to make it effective concerning the whole process, it's a kind of rehab. How to make it possible living together again, knowing that this person killed your father or your mother or your sister or your brother, I don't know. How to make it possible, especially when it comes to families touched by those stuff. Well, this forgiveness, could it be effective or not? Can it be counterproductive for the society? Thank you very much. For the Abbey Consolator, he is going to answer this question, I guess. Lady, you have the floor. Well, I am representing the CIG. Well, I would like to ask from the panelists to give the opportunity for us how to live together, because sometimes you are in disagreement with the municipality and the local governance. And you have sometimes a group saying that you are losing this concept of living together, but we are not living together. Please stay with us. Well, you are challenging the idea of living together. It's like a slogan for you. Yes, it's a multistructural, actually, notion or something, because you have to take into consideration the contradictions that you are living within the society, like the civil society, the state. We are together, but we are not living together. Well, I'm going to translate your question. You are expressing a frustration, which is the frustration of all civil societies in the world. It's a permanent friction with the elected and the governance. So it's the question on the core of debate, which is not going to be answered today. That your question is in which way we can operate as a civil society in order to be together and not to live together. Are there any fundamental values about that? I'm going outside the theory of values. Thank you very much. We are going to have the questions of the answer for the question of our friend from Cotonou. Yes. How to live together, how to articulate living together. I can't give you the floor first, Mr. Mayor, because it's like having two people from Benin discussing together. I would like to have the idea from Carlos.
Oui.
Yes.
Oui, je vais aborder peut-être
I'm going to talk about the question of women concerning the value and the yellow cardigans within the crisis, or I'm Colombian, living since 40 years in France, in Paris. It's a big problem when it comes to living together, and in Colombia, it's a big topic. I have the opportunity to live in France. As you can see, the different crises in France, like vaccination, like the yellow cardigans, like having 30% of vaccination in 2021. Well, actually, we are touching the core of how to live together, how to accept the difference of the other. Well, what I'm doing in Paris or in other countries, living together can no longer exist if you're not searching for the quality of life on integrity. Well, you need to think about concrete efforts to preserve dignity, to preserve a good residence, to preserve the dignity of a person, job, how to access to product, to good services, health services. At the level of research, I can tell you that these are different pillars on society. These are the pillars to respect. If you are providing that, you are going to provide a good quality of social life. And if you're not having a good quality of life, of course, you're not going to have social cohesion. As you can see what happened in France with the yellow cardigans, well, people were fighting against the dignity, the situation, the quality of life, which is decreasing on a country like France. And once you have troubles in managing the reconciliation with the state, of course, you are going to have troubles. You can have countries leading civil war and losing more than 5 million or more. Well, this is to say that you need to think about the good quality of life. If you are not going to have the opportunity to give the opportunity to others to contribute on the quality of life, you are not going to solve the problem. Living together is not living with, is to live, first of all, because our level of life can be improved. 3 things are very essential in a concrete way. We need to take care of the climate. The economy should be on reconciliation with the citizen, and you need to accept the people as they are. If you are not having those 3 pillars, you are going to break the ice every time. Thank you very much, Carlos, because you answered 2 questions. Our platoon and our friend also from Jolie, you have a quantitative point how to measure and how to improve the situation of the city. I would like also to hear Gregor, if you're still there, concerning the funding and what you've been hearing, because we are closing this discussion that I hope is not going to end at this point. Well, when it comes to funding, as we discussed this morning, the first panel about the legal framework, the commune, the regions, and the state should create the framework of cooperation. Well, we need to think about the funding also. In Belgium, we started to think about some effective system about the social cohesion by creating the indicator to access the fundamental rights and to compare them by assuring the working on inequalities and how to provide the civil society funding throughout a legal framework and how to finance also the associative and financial process. It's about the diagnosis and the funding. It's a very good framework, and I'm at your complete disposition to answer any question about this good example. When it comes to values, it's a message to deliver to all mayors. We need to construct cities which are open and innovative. Mr. Richard Sonnet, a few years ago, gave an idea about an open city or a closed city. Do you want a city which is inclusive with good ideas, with overcoming challenges, or do you want closed cities with which wants to barricade? It's the choice of society. It's the choice of mayors who can play an effective role in this context. Thank you very much, Gregor. Well, the task is difficult right now because we'll not take questions. Furthermore, and I don't know. We are giving the floor to panelists, the honorable present here with us, and I will leave the floor to panelists to answer the questions. I'm giving the floor to Wafé first of all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Janine. Jali, are you there? Yes, I am. I would like to hear from you. Would you like to make any comment about what has been said?
L'Internet fait des siennes. Alors,
merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Regarding my work, because I work with the municipalities in the establishment of libraries, so we could have a funding from the Association International IMF for the libraries. So we also created library mobile libraries and also libraries in schools and also in rural areas for the children who couldn't have access or never had access to these libraries. So this is what we are doing on the field with the local authorities. Thank you very much, Jaylee. Thank you very much for the work as an author. So you were reflecting your society as also committed woman, and also you're trying to, you have the ingenuity to bring the books at the proximity of the readers. So then we see Wafé, and after that, Jacques. So I just wanted to, with the two questions that were two questions. So thank you very much, Wafé. So regarding the value of living together. So as you know, so the relationship with the other, so which to live together. So instead of being different, through the three steps that I mentioned, it's to know the other, know my history, and also know the conditions, political conditions, and economical conditions, and to have all the competencies to know them, and also go to be open to the other. So the other is open. So it's another culture, another language, another way of doing, another life living, and also a way of living. So it's contrary to mine. So, but I can be open and have another vision to the other, and to have these richness of exchange, because in living together, it's this exchange, this interaction, and also to have culturalism. So for us, so the question is, should we be prepared to live in together, or manage the crisis? So I would like that art can play a great role in this, because it will be based on educational aspect, which is targeting the youth. And here, so they will play the role of the mediator, and also it will allow the exchange of sharing the experiences, and also educate the youth as far as social cohesion is concerned. So maybe you can have clubs and workshops and expo conferences, and also try to perform in front of a different population, and we can have because we could hold different expo conferences during the celebration of the Independence Day in Tunisia, and it was like talking about the big phases of the independence of Tunisia, of the history of Tunisia, starting from the Phoenician era, going to independence, going to the Husseinite and the other. So we also organized events through art. So we do production of performances, joint process. So I had students from Expo, political experience, so talking about gender. So we had exchanges from Morocco and Tunisia, and they were illustrating about artistical arts. So talking about the gender conditions in their respected countries. So thank you very much, Wafer. And I think that tomorrow we'll have not a panel, but a forum, but a meeting with testimonies, and talking about this, the interculturalism, and to talk to the other and exchange with the others. So it's with the participation with the Shoah, with also the Committee of Genocide, the Association of Women, Transparency International, and also from different countries who will share their experience. So briefly, we will have Jeanne d'Arc and the father counselor. So thank you very much, Janine, for giving me the floor. So I will give some complementary information. So regarding the things that cannot be theoretical, but that need to be real. So in our cities, as we have population from different origins and different language and different activities, different economical levels. So we need to create bridges in order to cut the differences and to go into diversity. So I would say that we need to have a joint projects, and so that you can have a union for us. So whether the change in the neighborhood, so or growing trees in order to protect the environment. Moments of encountering each other and being with each other, that's what we call, what we call here in Tunisia, so evening in family or evening with parents, so we can exchange what we are living each single day, and also we can, during which we can talk about our living, and also talk about the challenges that we are facing, and also we can talk about the issues and the problems that are linked to the pandemic we have, and also to talk about these meeting and these together, so they can be very important moments, and also to be volunteer and to contribute in joint projects that can give advantages to our children and and for us here in Rwanda, it's a moment for participation. So and at least so for the member of the civil organization. So I'm talking about the so as I said in the beginning, so the organization of the civil society, they intervene in a framework, national framework. So I'm talking about the so if there is like an existing synergy that is bringing together the civil society and the government from the society. So it's saying that there is a so there is evaluation and each one, so it's determining in advance what I need to do in this vast plan. And then so and then we have other members from the civil society, what is regarding our joint and common objective. So thank you for making us think of that living together. It's a must, and it is a fundamental concept that it was evoked, and but I think that so I'll be giving to the counselor. So and then so Mr. Labbé, so I will give you the last minutes, please. Thank you very much, Mrs. Janin. So so from Niger, so Niger, see, it asks the question very important. So she's asking the efficiency of forgiveness provided by the state and not by the community. So I'll say that the forgiveness is not automatic. It's a process. So we need to have the will of both of them. So the political will and the participation of the population. So I will not be comparing the things that can be compared, like the genocide of Boko Haram. So, but for the case of Rwanda, so we needed to we had first this political will, and the government created like a space for dialogue, and also. So and the period was very short. So we can have the victim and also the person who's making it. So we need to put them together, and they need to talk it, and then to say what they have in the heart. So so it will take a lot of time, but then we will have. The reparation. So it doesn't mean that so I'm not going to put down the arms and say after the genocide and say I'm surrendering. So in Rwanda, so we needed to repair, and if you're not able to repair the community you are, and it wouldn't be sufficient to say I apologize, say to be forgiven. So it's a whole program. So also in the national level, so we created what we called at that time, so it's the work of interest of a community worker. So in order to help in rebuilding our country that was demolished by the same person. So for Boko Haram, I don't know. So if they accept to put down the arms, so the government needs to create create a space or a room for dialogue, and then the population need to enter this process, and that everyone participates in order to give his part of answer to this question. Thank you very much. Thanks all of you, the Abbé counselor. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Jalil. Thank you, Mr. Gregor. So I would like to thank everyone. So for shedding lights in different manners, the cooperation that needs to be between the municipalities and the civil society in order to tackle all the challenges that exist for living together and the social cohesion. So it was a pleasure to be with you, and I hope that this dialogue will continue. And thank you very much, Sandra, to be patient with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Janine. So as you said, thank you, Janine, for this moderation, exceptional moderation. So because of the time, a short time you had and the importance of that you have, I would like to ask you to iterate the panel. The thanks to everyone. So thank you very much. So it was a passionate conversation, interesting conversation that permits us to live the social cohesion. So with shedding lights and the importance of the civil society. So we will now a lunch break. So we have 1 hour for lunch break. But before that, I will announce two things. So the first thing, so for the people who will go tomorrow, Wednesday, so even those, 21st, but the flight will be during the night. So please make attention to go. Secondly, so there is a group of participants who is so for the women who would like to stay in the house in order to who would like to okay. So if you'd like to come to,
vous êtes invité à rester une petite dizaine de minutes dans la salle juste pour échanger. Donc voilà, j'en profite donc pour vous dire bon appétit. On se retrouve dans 1 heure, 14 heures. Voilà.
So we'll see you at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Bye bye. أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا. صبر.
Alors bonjour à toutes les dames. Bonjour. Voilà. En fait, moi, je m'appelle...
Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques, l'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des trois piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un esprit d'innovation et utilisons la technologie dans le développement de nos solutions. La collaboration, l'excellence, la flexibilité et la capacité à délivrer sont des éléments clés de notre succès. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer d'échanger avec vous, notamment dans les domaines de la gestion des finances publiques, la gestion de la santé communautaire, la gestion des terres, l'égalité des genres et tant d'autres, tout en vous assurant une expérience hors pair.
inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis et la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'AIMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, la ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants ayant permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques et juridiques de Tunis afin de vérifier les relations contractuelles. De même que la phase d'assainissement administratif et juridique de 60 biens immobiliers a été enclenchée en vue de leur inscription au cadastre national. L'architecture cible du système d'information, qui permettra dans une deuxième phase d'assurer la maîtrise des biens municipaux, a également été définie. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'AIMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le Code de la compte publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc elle assure un suivi de façon permanente pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
We're in the middle of it, you know. We're in the middle of it. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe in. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see
Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques. L'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des 3 piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un esprit d'innovation et utilisons la technologie dans le développement de nos solutions. La collaboration, l'excellence, la flexibilité et la capacité à délivrer sont des éléments clés de notre succès. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer d'échanger avec vous, notamment dans les domaines de la gestion des finances publiques, la gestion de la santé communautaire, la gestion des terres, l'égalité des genres et tant d'autres, tout en vous assurant une expérience hors pair.
projet Inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis est la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'AIMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, la ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants et ont permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'AIMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le Code de la compte publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc elle assure un suivi de façon permanente pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
We're in the middle of it, you know. We're in the middle of it. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe it. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I think we're bigger than this. You think you're bigger than this, you know. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe it. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the best of us.
Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques. L'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des 3 piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un esprit d'innovation et utilisons la technologie dans le développement de nos solutions. La collaboration, l'excellence, la flexibilité et la capacité à délivrer sont des éléments clés de notre succès. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer d'échanger avec vous, notamment dans les domaines de la gestion des finances publiques, la gestion de la santé communautaire, la gestion des terres, l'égalité des genres et tant d'autres, tout en vous assurant une expérience hors pair.
projet Inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis et la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'AIMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, La ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants ayant permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques et juridiques de Tunis afin de vérifier les relations contractuelles. De même que la phase d'assainissement administratif et juridique de 60 biens immobiliers a été enclenchée en vue de leur inscription au cadastre national. L'architecture cible du système d'information, qui permettra dans une deuxième phase d'assurer la maîtrise des biens municipaux, a également été définie. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'AIMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le Code de la compte publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc elle assure un suivi de façon permanente pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
We're in the middle of it, you know. We're in the middle of it. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe in. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I think we're bigger than this. You think you're bigger than this, you know. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe in. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us.
Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques, l'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des 3 piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un esprit d'innovation et utilisons la technologie dans le développement de nos solutions. La collaboration, l'excellence, la flexibilité et la capacité à délivrer sont des éléments clés de notre succès. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer d'échanger avec vous, notamment dans les domaines de la gestion des finances publiques, la gestion de la santé communautaire, la gestion des terres, l'égalité des genres et tant d'autres, tout en vous assurant une expérience hors pair.
projet Inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis est la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'AIMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, la ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants ayant permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques et juridiques de Tunis afin de vérifier les relations contractuelles. De même que la phase d'assainissement administratif et juridique de 60 biens immobiliers a été enclenchée en vue de leur inscription au cadastre national. L'architecture cible du système d'information, qui permettra dans une deuxième phase d'assurer la maîtrise des biens municipaux, a également été définie. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'AIMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le code de la compte publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc elle assure un suivi de façon permanente pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
We're in the middle of it, you know. We're in the middle of it. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause maybe there's no videotape to believe it. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I think we're bigger than this. You think you're bigger than this, you know. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause maybe there's no videotape to believe it. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us.
Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques. L'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des 3 piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un esprit d'innovation et utilisons la technologie dans le développement de nos solutions. La collaboration, l'excellence, la flexibilité et la capacité à délivrer sont des éléments clés de notre succès. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer d'échanger avec vous, notamment dans les domaines de la gestion des finances publiques, la gestion de la santé communautaire, la gestion des terres, l'égalité des genres et tant d'autres, tout en vous assurant une expérience hors pair.
projet Inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis est la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'AIMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, La ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants ayant permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques et juridiques de Tunis afin de vérifier les relations contractuelles. De même que la phase d'assainissement administratif et juridique de 60 biens immobiliers a été enclenchée en vue de leur inscription au cadastre national. L'architecture cible du système d'information, qui permettra dans une deuxième phase d'assurer la maîtrise des biens municipaux, a également été définie. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'AIMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le Code de la compte publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc elle assure un suivi de façon permanente pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
We're in the middle of it now. We're in the middle of it. We're gonna see all the mess that we made for no reason. 'Cause baby, there's no videotape to believe in. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I wanna see the best of us, the best of us. I wanna see the rest of us, the rest of us. I think we're bigger than this.
Bon après-midi, mesdames et messieurs. J'espère que vous avez apprécié votre déjeuner.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you appreciated your meal. We are going to restart the second session of this evening. We are going to have two panels and achieve the day by recommendation and outcomes. Before announcing the next panel, I would like to reiterate the message related to COVID-19 because the competent services are certifying that some people didn't do the tests and those people are going to leave tomorrow. Please, the service is going to close the gates at 3 p.m. So please try to find a way to do the tests before you're leaving. Don't hesitate twice for that. Well, concerning the panel of this evening, as we announced it this morning, is going to focus on the diplomacy of Myers and the citizenship diplomacy. This panel is focusing on the different experiences and the partnership developed already on cross borders cities around the lake and the diplomacy of the ocean. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Okavo, who is going to inaugurate this panel. Please, dear President, you have the floor.
À l'IMF,
Well, thank you very much for the AIMF for giving us the opportunity to be part of this conference. Dear governors, dear mayors, dear colleagues, dear participants, dear honorable guests, for your respective equality and charges. Good morning. I'm Darius Figueroa Magunda, the mayor of Bukavu City. We couldn't miss, first of all, thanking the AIMF for this big engine organizing the activity of the 3 days of conference throughout the capacity building and the partnership between the mayors that you are representing, taken into consideration of the borders of our respective municipalities in order to give us the opportunity to be invincible together. The AIMF are representing our insurance and our involvement and the expressions of our profound gratitude. Our panel is going to focus on the topic of diplomacy of mayors and the citizenship of diplomacy also. The diplomacy is defined as the practical exercises that influence decisions and the behavior of different foreign governments all over the world, the negotiations and means to be used on non-violence way. The decentralization is a part of the mayors to the profit of the citizens. In this framework, we are going to discuss this topic of diplomacy of mayors and the citizenship diplomacy exchange. As that, we are going to talk about the diplomacy from a social and economic point of view. The objective of this diplomacy, of course, is to promote the well-being of the population, which requires different approaches on innovative way and on effective and ongoing way. Our responsibility is to guarantee everything related to security and the stability of citizenship. That should push us to develop a good creativity in order to manage in a very good way all the human resources, materials, economical and financial ones that we have in our possessions in order to valorize all the city have in order to sell the label of the city. The contemporary world is making privileges for economical diplomacy in order to solve troubles and to attain or to reach the sustainable development. This is the objective of the ideal political system that needs, of course, that different states put into effect different environmental frameworks favorable to citizens and mayors in order to play the role needed in an effective way. That can't be realized before playing the right role and to overcome the different challenges related to this diplomacy. This panel is going to give us the opportunity to understand this diplomacy of mayors and the exchange or the sharing between citizens on a decentralized framework under the patronage of mayors. This panel is constituted of different personalities within the academic framework, administrative framework, and the civil society framework also. I'm going to introduce those panelists, starting by Mr. George Magadou Junchuar from the RDC. He is Executive Secretary of local platform of countries like Mr. Lorenzo Vicamlandi. He is a doctor on political studies. He's from Italy. He is coming from the higher school of political studies. He is coming from Rome also. He is focusing on political sciences also. We have Mrs. Celine Benluca, who is the president of Leader Women in Maghreb. And finally, we have Ange Sebutege from Rwanda. He is a mayor of the district of Huye in Rwanda. All questions that you're going to ask and all interventions would inspire the audience to exchange, and finally we would love to reach a consensus. Each panelist will have from 3 to 4 minutes to answer each question. Don't hesitate to share your thoughts at the end of this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Mayor. Well, starting from this panel, we are going to follow a video concerning the network of creative city represented by Mr. Ernesto Ramirez. Well, the technical issue, please, would you help us on that? Dear mayors, I'm honored to be part of you virtually and to share also the different experience with UNESCO and the network of creative cities and the platform of UNESCO. We witnessed the great impact on human lives throughout the pandemic of COVID-19 on social and political or economical frame. Through that, the mayors were on the first line in order to answer the needs, the different challenges imposed by the pandemic. The pandemic of COVID-19 put into effect the different gaps at the level of cities and push us to take different things and to take different efforts into consideration to promote the new vision of the city and to deal with the project of United Nations for 2030 with inclusive and participative approach with the civil society. We also talked about the creativity and the culture in order to manage the urban level and to create cities with innovative vision. The culture is a multidimensional thing throughout the urban sector. In 2004, the network of creative cities, there was an exchange platform just to see the impact, the positive impact of creativity on societies for sustainable cities. And that was dealing with the SDG 11. Well, today the network is accounting more than 240 cities on different creative sectors like handicraft, digital, film, gastronomy, literature, music also. throughout the local actions and the sharing of cooperation and the experience for the creative cities of the network, we're working on the core of the word in order to improve the efforts and to improve the urbanism related to culture, encouraging the integration of the civil society on cultural life, and by stimulating also the innovation from technological and creative point of view. Well, we have annual meeting to reinforce the efforts all over the world, like another forum of last year, just to improve the efforts within the UNESCO, recognized as the cities of UNESCO, on which networks and programs are linked directly to cities and founded on different expertise pillars, like natural and social sciences. What else? Investment of state members and key actors like mayors throughout programs, education, where we can function in a very right way. Well, the mayors are privileged actors. Had the occasion of virtual meeting on 6th and 7th July, we had the opportunity to exchange opinions, and also we had the opportunity to meet mayors from Brazzaville, from Quebec, from different other cities, just to focus on different other projects. The Francophone cities part of AIMF are representing very good pillars like in Africa and in Lebanon and also. Last year, we shared with the Secretariat different efforts in favor of relaunching the different projects that was subject of publication by creating a new publication in this context that will be announced also at the end of the year. I would like to share with you some good practices in this publication, just to show you how the cities, the creative cities, maintained a good linkage with the civil society by assuring a very good process, like the city of Lyon in France, and to open up on public spaces for people, and also dealing with the artists on spaces also related to publicity in Ouagadougou, where popular handicrafts are famous. They were working on plastic arts by linking the artists, and to overcome the difficulties of COVID-19. Well, the different arts published on the municipality give the opportunity, the added value that architects and designers can have within the COVID-19, especially when it comes to an accompaniment for accompaniment of artists. In Quebec, more than 160 enterprises were reinforced also for artists. As you can see, it's an interconnected world in this context, and thanks for this kind of network, we can answer the needs of the citizen and to involve the civil society on decision making throughout different platforms like the Creative City and the AIMF. Well, it's an opportunity to open up to a sustainable city, with sustainable world. I hope that these efforts of the UNESCO will give us the opportunity to cooperate on a near future. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to Mr. Ernesto Ramirez, the General Director of the network. Thank you for this contribution. I would like to give the floor to the moderator, our moderator, who is Mr. Vladislav Imandahima, who is General Secretary for the local authorities. He's going to be our moderator for this evening. Vladislav, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to thank, first of all, the president of the panel, as he is on the guest of, as he is a guest of honor. Without being late, I'm going to talk about the diplomacy of mayor and the diplomacy of citizens. Without being too late, I think that before asking questions, it's really important to link this panel to the panel of this morning, where we've been talking about living together and how to create harmony within the local collectivity. And now we are going to talk about the diplomacy, which is how to live together beyond the collectivities. Well, I think that there is a linkage between both, and it is really important to mention the different witnessing and the different experiences to be shared in terms of cross borders experiences in Rwanda and Congo, please.
Le commerce transfrontalier n'est pas nouveau au Rwanda, mais s'inscrit dans une longue tradition.
The cross-border commerce wasn't a new thing in Rwanda. We had such experience in neighboring countries throughout the trade exchange. The image of the Cornish coming and going within the borders with a flow of more than 4,000 people who are not tourists but commerciants or let's say traders. More of them are women related to the different programs to maintain the education of their children.
Wanaleta biashara katika magari kufuatana na organization yenye gouvernement yetu ya Kongo ilipenda wachuruzi wa pato ndogo watumike mu groupage, na ile groupage inaangalia mchuruzi wa Rwanda na wa Kongo ambaye anavuka mpaka wa pato ndogo. Sasa sisi wachuruzi wa kuku na mayai tunatimiza ile kabisa ambayo gouvernement mbili zilipenda ya Rwanda na ya Kongo juu ya kumaliza trakaseri ya douane.
Umurimo w'ubucuruzi bwambukiranya imipaka mumaze mu gihe kitari gito, ko ni imyaka 8 maze. Ikintu navuga maze kugeraho aho nahereye ncuruza, ntago nkodesheje, narize ndarangiza, abana bariga biga mu bigo byiza, hari igihe umugabo abayeho nta kazi afite bikamfasha.
Nous avons organisé plusieurs rencontres pour faciliter
different meetings in order to facilitate the cross-borders trade between neighboring countries at the level of our association. I can tell you that we are benefiting from different things between us because relations are very good. That's why we are collaborating. If you can see within our association, we are working on development and living together, which means that within the cross-border cities, we need to share the experiences in order to construct a whole core. The partnership between the city of Goma and Gisenyi is an added value in terms of socio-economic region of Grand Lac or Big Lake. Today, we are really satisfied that we are registering more than 50 movements per day. And this is a kind of sharing experience and exchanging very good solutions and conventions when it agreements also, especially when it comes to solving problems between populations. The cross-border commerce between Rwanda and Congo-Kinshasa is developed more and more since the signing of a convention about the free exchange. It's evident that the African commerce is going towards the interests of the economical actors and the development of the country.
Messieurs et Madame,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, panelists, the classical structure on territory sector is counting three actors: politicals, the civil society, and the private sector, creating employment. The contemporary structure is recognizing another actor, which is the citizen, who is no longer a beneficiary, but also actor. The president of the panel reminded us about the objective of diplomacy, and he talked also about economical diplomacy, taking into consideration the definition given from the beginning and the short video projected a few minutes ago. I would like to ask you some questions about which each one of you should answer in 3 minutes maximum. And then I will ask you questions about your responsibilities. Mr. George, you are a general secretary within the platform of a local authority with the Karabakh region. You are observing from a technical point of view and operational point of view also the situation. I would like to ask you a question, this following question. What is the role of the mayor in terms of cross-border mayor taking into consideration the reality of the region of Kranka? Thank you very much for the question. I would love to thank the AIMF for associating us, for associating the network on this panel, our platform. I'm the executive secretary of this platform, and on my right there is the president. The platform of the local authority of the region of Karabakh is a success story in terms of a regional integration. It's a model of cross-border integration between cities. Some of you in the video, you saw the different witnessing of the mayor of Babu, the different cross-border cities also who are working every day dealing with socio-economic actors who are working with the mayor on different levels of trade. Of course, we are talking about the artists also, and every day this platform composed by different actors are dealing together to consolidate a life together, living together. Well, kind of meeting of that AIMF considered a dialogue discussion with mayors coming from Burundi, Rwanda, the UK, concerning the challenges related to pandemic situation, coronavirus, concerning cross-border trade, and we had the opportunity to follow the involvement of mayors by supporting those women associations and also the initiatives done by these women, because they are the veins of the society and they need to be accompanied by the authorities. The mayor should accompany them through
support this citizenship. We need to seek this citizenship and also to characterize them and to make them happen through conventions between the mayors as ambassadors of their territories. So then, thank you very much, Mama. So, Mr. Antisubuji, so you are district mayor. So in Rwanda, so you are in your field where the theory is encountering the practice and the concept encounters the reality. So, what is the role of the mayor in the field? And what would be the experience, the positive experience that you can share with the audience? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. So, so I would like to thank the IMF for this opportunity to participate in this panel. So the diplomacy of the mayor, so it's very important for the promotion of the social cohesion and the prevention of conflicts and the resolution of the conflict and the rebuilding and the post-conflict building in the countries so that the citizens can live together in peace, prosperity and democracy. So so for the government, especially the mayor, so it is a strategy of cooperation through the local actors and national actors. So the mayor, so he cannot conduct its diplomacy, so they need to join the efforts with the actors of the civil society that bring in exchange their resources and their expertise and legitimacy, so and their values. So the solidarity with the transfrontal, so especially in the decentralized. So because it's very important, because they support the local politics and with the actions, concrete actions. So the democracy, it's the local autonomy and the vocation on the security, and because it's again that the mayor does activities, especially to ensure relationship between the citizens who lives in the trans-border localities, and especially with the local authorities to respect the laws and the other regulations coming from the migration. So if I give you like a concrete example, so the authorities, so we communicate mutually in order to make this conflict disappear. So during the years of the conflict between Burundi and Rwanda, so they block the passage in a way that the population doesn't the person they cannot go to the other. So in this case, so for us the authorities, so we communicate mutually, so we try to find a solution instead of making them go back. So this is done in a daily basis, and we have phone calls every single day, so in order to talk about the daily issues. So we need to centralize so we try also to create a climate of good neighboring between our countries through through creating an atmosphere of good living between the both sides, and also we facilitate and make it easier so the free circulation, free movement between the both sides, and also to reserve some points to make it easier of the movement of the citizens from both countries to go and in and out each side, and also make it easy for them to go beyond the borders. So by showing just their IDs, so in order to obtain a daily authorization, and then go right the way to the municipalities, then we cannot. So the frontier, it has a unique window in order to make it easy for free movement and to fight discrimination against. So, and by fighting by this, so there is the encounters between the communities. So we see each other every single day. So in order to ensure the integration, and we have a meeting where we expose the programs to the authority and try to find the solution and sustainable the solution. So for the first question, I can stop here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. De Meyer. So I would tell the audience that we will give you the floor for your interventions. So I would like, so please take notes of either like any notes, and if there are any questions, so please note them. So we go back to the panel. So during the introduction, so we talked about three actors: the state, the civil society, and the citizens. So we focalize on the citizens, so the mayors and the citizens. So the president, so he can intervene whenever he would like to do it. So I would go to the executive secretary of the platform. So you have talked about the mayor of the role of the mayor in the diplomacy, and you defined it as a facilitator, and you said as so executive secretary of the association. So what is the role of the mayor in this kind of action? Thank you very much again for giving me the floor again. So as I said, so in our region here, so the mayor is a facilitator. So so he's actor of peace. So the citizen is an actor of peace. So he's an actor that intervene in the consideration of the relationship between the cities. So I said that with and provided it with examples. So we have transborder dialogue groups which are composed of people who are coming from the association of the civil society that are existing in both sides of the borders, and these persons so they ensure that there is a permanent dialogue between the cities and between the government and between the cities and as the mayor said, between Rouye and the neighboring city of Burundi. So the role is to so that that both authorities, they can be involved in order to make it easier for them to work, and they need to ensure that the laws of the different countries, they respect each other, because there are sometimes an issue when some practices they are accepted in one country and they are not accepted in the other country. But in this kind of figure, so we have understood that the citizens and the actors so they have a role, very determined role, because so when the even if the mayors, they don't want to talk to each other, so they need to talk to each other because the population, they push them to a dialogue. So I've seen people who receive, mayors who receive the pressure from citizens to answer an obligation, and if they finish by surrounding, by yielding to it. So I'm talking about my region here. So, and I said we have actors, socio-economic actors, and a small example for that. So in the Lac Kivu, so we have fishermen. So in the Lac Imina, we have fishermen. But in order to have the number of the families that are around these fishermen, so we can talk about 100 million people. So what would be the action that would be reflected between in the lac, and we cannot take in consideration the presence of these fishermen. So for myself, I would like to say that the role of the citizens is to make sure that to make in consideration the collaboration between the authority of the city with its pair in the border city. So it's to make sure that this relationship, so the citizen, it's making from it a profit. So it's and what is this gain? It's the facilitation of the border trade. So sometimes so I've seen that. So thanks to the collaboration between the citizen and the mayor and the citizen and the transborder authorities, so they can make the trade, the transborder trade, sustainable. Thank you very much. So I go back to Dr. Robinson. So the question is, it's coming from the university, as a professor of university. So we are talking about the role of the mayor. It is essential, but it's not you can. So Mrs. Serene is talking to us the role of the civil society. So, and we have Mr. Mayer Ruhechi, who talked to us about the legal framework. So we are talking about the practices of this strategy. So, and especially talking about the climate of good neighboring. So, and also this is coming from the responsibility of the mayor. So, starting from your role as a professor, a university professor. So, and what is the role of the citizen in the diplomacy? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this question that I find very appropriate, because it allows to understand the difference between the tradition, the national diplomacy of the state and the diplomacy of the cities. And I think that is the role of the citizens and the participation of the citizens in these diplomatic steps. And I think this is the reason that we linked it to the nature of the municipality institution, which is the political institution, which is the nearest political institution to the people. And I think it is the only one in its area, so in the whole world. So this proximity between the citizens and the mayors and the which is a force and the power. And I think that the local diplomacy, so they can make an added value to it and have a dialogue that would benefit for all the citizens. So the citizens can largely the will and also the personalization and also the also. Well, this is giving energy and alliance between the in actors, and so which so motivated for this. I would like also to mention two important things for this this citizen diplomacy. So I would like to say that, and this is very important, and this is a key element in the diplomacy of the cities. It's the exchange of the good practices, and they need to be detailed and specified in order to be adapted. So they need to work on this with the actors. So the copy and paste, it works. Whether it works or it doesn't work, so we need to make it sure that the ultimate goal of the city is to enhance the welfare of the citizen. And I'm calling the mayors to trust the citizens. So we are trusting you, so because they are ready and they are here to go with you. So for international actions that can be efficient. Thank you very much, Mr. Grandi. So Mrs. Brimluka. So we had just had two intervenants. So in the role of citizens in the framework of diplomacy, and Dr. Grandi. So he talked about the citizens as able to influence the international relationship. So you as a representative of Maghrebian women, what do you think? And starting from your experience, so what is the role of the citizens in the diplomacy? So for me, I agree with my colleagues, and the diplomacy is the citizen diplomacy. So it's very important. So the citizens, they cannot wait for the rules and in order to do their own democracy. So they preceded the cities in the approaches of seeking room for opportunities. So I'm going to give, I'll be talking about my experience in our network to support the cities in order to find a framework for cooperation. So which is an experience that we did in 2017, 2018, when we've seen that the Maghreb is constituted of 5 areas. So maybe we can have a bilateral relationship or multilateral relationship. So, but really, in reality, so the cities they did not pronounce a framework of cooperation in the cities of the Maghreb. So, in this framework, it was very difficult to install this framework from one country to another, because some cities it's coming from the political power, so they couldn't make this step in order to realize this program. And it's where our it's here when our network started getting involved by seeking partnership, and it was and I'm glad that the mayor of Nouakchott is with us today. So, and it was during a conference that was held in Nouakchott, and regarding the territorial marketing and also the deal, and the challenge for us was it was a representativity of all the cities, and we activated the diplomacy by trying to convince the mayors to participate in this conference, and it was not a
d'ordre social, c'est que c'est une demande qui émane des citoyens. Bien entendu, il y a eu des travaux préparatoires pour que les maires soient présents à cette.
The mayors, they can be present in this meeting, and with the presence of the Secretary General of the UMA. So we had the collaboration of the cities of the Maghreb. So we were very glad of this, because today our network has intervened so that one country like Libya, so it is a member now of IMF. So so we are to all the values that is bringing. It's very important for us that Libya, even if it's not very francophone that I would like, but now so it is a member of IMF. So, and it is also a member of the added value and the sharing and also living together. So it is through a collaboration with the Myers, so in order to raise awareness and also to cooperate and collaborate and also to touch all the matters that are touching the citizens. So this convention was ratified, and we're waiting for it to be concretized. While creating some opportunities of collaboration in some topics, economical topics. So we are thinking that we have people and I think we need all the parties to be participating in this convention. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ben-Melouka. Mr. De Meyer, so as you've heard the presentation, so each of them, he talked has shared his point of view, and you are like a field actor. So what do you think about the fact of getting the citizen involved in the local diplomacy? So what we are seeking when we are in charge of an area is to seek the welfare of the citizens. And also if the diplomacy led by the citizens, so it is very important, and we think that it can be sustainable more than the diplomacy held by the Myers, because the citizens, they know what they need and they know what they would like to have. And in this relationship between the transporters, so the Myers, they guarantee this relation. So and the citizens, they need in the beginning guarantee the security of this exchange, transporter exchange. So for this security, so we are working with all the agents of the borders. So we are talking of the delegation of the region of the Lac. So they created a mixed joint collaboration team. So and we are giving the an example. So during the COVID pandemic, so there were association, a joint association, they were created, so to have the trans-border trade, and also they can do the advocacy. And I think that the citizens, they can have the all kind of discrimination and stigma, and also to exchange the experience in the spirit of fraternity. And I think also that to note that the activities in the social field and also to have this social cohesion, as I mentioned in this, so this particularity of each area. And when the citizen take benefit from that, so the citizen, they have a very important role in this diplomacy and we cannot forget, and we need to give an importance to this diplomacy held by the Myers. I think it is an a good experience coming from a practitioner from the field, and for the system of the panel. So we have talked about the panel, the role of the Meyer, the role of the citizens, but I think that there are some recommendations of enhancing. So we will talk about the African integration. So, and we will talk about the regional integration, but also there are some challenges that can inspire the relationship. And also there is the good experience that we can share, but also there are the recommendations that we can express. Mr. Jose Martin Darius, you are Meyer. What do you think, and what will be the reforms that we need for the citizens' diplomacy? So each of you will have 2 minutes for his statement. So in the case of reforms to support the Myers in the diplomacy, I think that the authorities they establish the government.
Les maires dans leurs actions, dans la mesure où les lois se diffèrent entre les pays et vous pouvez vous retrouver.
And they need to a country to another, and you can find a mayor of one country, and you cannot undertake the law of one city, but the destiny of the city, it's in the hand of the mayors. Because when there is a problem in a city, so it's the mayor who is involved, and I think that among these reforms, so we can take that the governments they can accompany the mayors through so in order to permit the mayor, to allow the mayors to take their liberties to bring in order to bring solution. And also to have the living of the citizens in the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What could you say for this question? Well, the mayor said before that in certain cities we are witnessing different problems. What you are ignoring is that the mayor is in the front of everything. There is a challenge. It's a question of confidence, of trust between the mayor and, of course, the citizen. What shall we do? This is to say that the mayor or organizations surrounding the mayor should work in order to build on the trust between the mayor and the citizen, just to ensure that the job is done in a very right way, because the mayor is dealing with different organizations, with the populations on the right basis, and we are recognizing that sometimes there is the loss of trust between the mayor and the organizations of the society. And once we are going to work on this aspect, and most of cases we can see different problems. So how can we deal with that? It's here that you need to say that in terms of recommendation, you need to develop a strategy or actions in order to involve mayors between each others and also mayors versus citizens. Like we saw in some examples, some modules of different projects developed within the cities for agriculture, for example, for the peasant and for farmers, where we involve with the organizations of civil society and the municipality. This is a successful project where the mayor collaborated with the civil society in order to implement a project. So why not to double the capital confidence between the mayor and the civil society? Why don't we start to build on something concrete? If I understood well, we need to have a consultation framework between intergovernmental organs and the private operators. Thank you very much. Dr. Lorenzo, do you have any additional things to say? You are a professor within the university. You've been part of different interventions and you have your own point of view. What are the different things on which we need to work on in order to improve the situation? Thank you very much for this question. I think that we can link both questions in order to have a right answer or clear answer. I think that the right element to underline, I agree with the two panelists when they mentioned the political autonomy. you mentioned the elements of migration. It's really important to think about the city, the collaboration between the city and the elected members and citizens in order to have a common methodology. And the example of migration is pushing me to think about the co-development in order to design the different actions of cooperation to co-design with co-responsibility with migrants in order to give the opportunity to cooperate on other territories and other sectors. This will need the autonomy of the municipalities and, of course, the cities. When it comes to local autonomy or empowerment, it's the decentralization that we are talking about. And we need to focus on that through different actions. The decentralization is very good, but the problem here is how to access resources, because a great part of different cities live decentralization with none of good resources at the disposal of municipalities in order to answer the new needs that they need to manage that can damage the quality of services, because the quality of services is going to is not going to answer the needs. Well, that's why I think that we need to think about the diplomacy of cities. You have only 30 seconds. I think that the diplomacy of the cities is going to give the independence for the mayor in terms of technical resources, how to learn, how to teach, how to access the fundings with the donors. I would like to say that everything is related to human resources also. So it's really important to see the different actions of AIMF and the other networks who are supporting the cities in order to develop capacities and to build capacities for cooperation and partnership. Thank you very much for your intervention. You talked about the empowerment, the autonomization, and the decentralization based on support, technical support, and capacity building support also. Mrs. Serene, do you have any additional thing to say? You heard about the opinions of the panelists. How can you intervene in terms of recommendations here? Well, as a recommendation, I'm going straight to the point without losing any time. Well, I'm not going to stop you for sure. Well, we need to create attractive cities, especially for economic chambers, like the gentleman said before. We need to restore the confidence. The trust is dealing with the good governance, because if you know how to manage, you need to address the city, you need to address the different actions, and you need to give the credibility to cities, especially when it comes to multilateral relationship. As Mr. Roberto said, also we need to reinforce the competence of local authorities. The cooperation is very important. We need to have different frames opening up to different opportunities surrounding all questions, different networks that we need to create. When it comes to economy, also we need to have frames mastering the economy in order to be a good vis-a-vis from professional point of view and economical point of view. Also, maybe we need to think about a good organigram at the local authority and to work on capacity buildings furthermore, and the human resources, as Ms. Lorenzo said before. We have also to think about the working side by side with citizens by creating platform for proposals, by collecting the expectations of citizens, and to forget about the social distancing in this context. The platform should be good and well moderated. Last point, it's true that cities are not having the absolute power. It's a creation of a framework gathering different actors and powers in order to conduct on a better way the diplomacy projects in favor of a good migration. I'm going to say good migration because we need to have a good migration. We can't say that we are fighting against the migration, but we need to create a positive framework for that. I think that were the principal recommendations that I wanted to share with you in order to improve the diplomacy of local authorities. Thank you, Mr. André. You've been following the presentations. Do you have any additional points about social cohesion? In which way we can promote the diplomacy of mayors and to promote the social cohesion? Well, the last recommendations is to improve a good discussion within the platform, gathering the different actors. I would like also to say that we need to institutionalize the different actions by nominating specialist agents for the public relations or international relations to see the cooperation between citizens, to see the international cooperation between cities also at the national and international level. And we need to open up for new technologies and why not social networks, which are the easiest way to disseminate the information and to exchange good practices and to disseminate the info. Thank you very much for this decentralized diplomacy. I think that you are opening up for the next panel. We are giving the floor right now to the audience. We have 10 minutes left, so we can have 3 interventions, 2 women and a man. Yes, the lady over there, please, you have the floor.
S'il vous plaît, vous venez. Et la dame est là qui s'est levée.
Would you like to intervene? Yes. My name is Marie-Angèle. I have a remark and a question. I can't be mayor without a citizen. In order to be a mayor, you have to have the population. The mayor and the citizen should be in relation. They need to work side by side by adopting an inclusive approach. My question: the diplomacy of mayors is effective between big municipalities, but what about the small municipalities? In which way we can make it effective also for the small municipalities? Thank you. Oh, well, the first question is mentioned. The second question? Yes, I have a question. You have the floor. You have the floor. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Bon.
Je te passe la parole.
OK, merci pour la parole.
I'm giving the floor to the lady. My name is Larmel Catarera. I'm coordinator within Celebrating the Courage of Women and vice president of the civil society site team. Just wanted to ask a question to Mr. Trenti, who've been talking about the diplomacy of a city. in which way we can solve the conflicts existing at regional level by involving the authority, the civil society, and the personnel working on cross-boarding. I'm talking about the women doing the cross-boarding commerce because we are conducting different advocacies, we are conducting different messages and aims for the involvement of local authorities that then shall we work on training, capacity building, just to conduct the whole process? Shall we have studies to conduct such advocacies concerning the resolving of different pillars? I just wanted to ask if the authorities of cities cooperate with the regional authorities because we are witnessing disagreements in terms of functioning, in terms of adopting laws. Well, is there any agreement at the regional level to facilitate this living together? Is it possible to have collaboration between authorities on regional and on city levels? Thank you. Thank you very much. I am the first. We need to adopt the positive discrimination. Thank you very much. I agree concerning the mayor role as facilitator and ambassador, but I would like an explanation from the panelists. What is the link between two roles, the mayor and the political power, which is influencing this role of city mayor? We are living within cross-border regions, and sometimes the political situation is not really stable, and it is touching this diplomacy within the mayor, within the municipalities. Sorry. So how can we keep impartial this role of mayor by keeping the diplomacy? The last question. Good evening. I'm Cassier, the mayor of Cocody region. Well, mayor is the ambassador, the small president of his community. But I heard the panelists saying that we can't make a burdensome on this context. And I know that if you are going to heavy the role of the mayor, of course, you are going to make the task difficult for the mayor. His first relation with the citizen, he found himself in the first line in the pandemic, and we've been compensated by the government, and then we have been through difficulties. And the government helped us by adopting our decisions because they saw that we were the first who interacted with the citizens. So take into consideration that the mayor is the first one on the line in terms of administration, in terms of citizens. One of the panelists said the resources, once you are giving the program to your community, and once you are having troubles to access the resources, of course, you had the program and agenda, and that you didn't accept this agenda. In which way we can function on the right way by giving the freedom to the mayor? Thank you very much. I think that it's difficult to say that the mayor is free. He's a free person. I'm sorry. The lady over there. Merci. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, we need to dissociate from the idea saying that there is a contradiction between the mayor and the civil society, because we must say that we are complementing ourselves or completing ourselves. It's a kind of intersection in terms of proximity between both. I think that we and local responsibles are responsible to work together to reinforce our capacities, because we as civil society, we are a very important pillar dealing with the mayors in terms of disseminating messages. You are a privileged partner, of course. We need also that to have a good organized civil society structured as it has been said this morning, and we need to be professional also, because sometimes within our countries, the NGOs are making a different tasks at the same level, at the same time. And this can make a dispersion of efforts. We need to canalize our efforts on one topic in order to reach good outcomes and to have the opportunity to operate towards development together. We need also to say that we as locals, we are going to win by associating with the civil society, because there is an accumulation of experiences that we need to translate on local policies, because there are different things that we couldn't learn within the university and within the civil society. It's really important to learn from each other, and we need also to keep on our minds that we dealing with the locals. Proximity is okay, but we need to work with the civil society. We have also good recognition of the different challenges within our territory. We can't work alone, and we can't mistrust our partners, because they are the reason of our being. We can't be on a contradiction with them. Right now, we need to say that it is varying from one mayor to another. We can't have the same level of involvement. We can't have the same level of instruction or education. Some of them came as conviction, others came randomly. I have a question related to our friends from Rwanda. It's a question that I wanted to ask yesterday, but I couldn't have the opportunity to do it. What was the additional value of women in the rebirth of their country? Thank you very much. I saw someone raising hands from the other side. Yes. Well, would you like to answer the question of the role of women within Rwanda, in reconstruction in Rwanda? I would like to intervene by saying thank you very much for our panelists intervening in this topic. I think that the core or the setting represented by our friends is very important, and the cohesion developed, especially when it comes to sociology and the organization itself. So also, I think that we are leaving the practical side. When we take into consideration everything done in this context concerning what we are hearing right now, our friends in Rwanda had the opportunity to establish the social cohesion, how to organize the life on across borders. They have the opportunity to do it. And let's ask the question to universities existing with us. How can we capitalize those experiences? How to adopt such success stories, we have already solutions. We are not going to search for new solutions, how to capitalize on those success stories. It's good to recognize, but how many experiences reached the success? How did we capitalize on such experience? How can we teach that on universities, especially when it comes to the experience of Rwanda? You saw this morning the president of the AUF and the different other universities. In which way can we make it possible to next generations to learn from these good experiences? This is my question for academic professors who are present among us today. Well, I am going to give the floor to panelists right now. Dear Executive Secretary, do you have any answer for this question? If you allow me to intervene, just to go through the rest of our program. Well, 1 minute for each one. Thank you. Dear Executive Secretary, thank you very much. I would like to answer the question of Mrs. Armel, who talked about the different problems arises by women working as commerciant or commerciant on cross borders. The mayor of cross borders cities furnish so much efforts in order to help those women, and frankly, they are authorities to be applauded, because every day, me particularly, I'm calling the mayor. The mayor is calling the needed services, and you can see that the mayors are involved in order to help those women. The problem here is all that you are conducting as advocacy, is it going on the right way, or is it going through the competences of the mayor? I can tell you no. Some other efforts should be done by the different other components of political pyramid. The mayor has his own jurisdiction, has his own efforts to do in order to support the job already done on this context. Thank you very much. I think that you answered different questions at the same level. Dr. Lorenzo, do you have anything to say? I would like to answer rapidly to the first question, the smaller cities. I think that they have many things to win and many additional value to give also at the international level. It's true that the big cities are shown on a very right way, but the small cities also have their opportunities. The difference here is residing on the resources and the needs. We have also different networks to be conducted on this context. The situation of conflicts, the role of the mayor, it's very important to mention that there are different differences at a different level, but in Rwanda, mayors had the opportunity to create peace and to translate the will of citizens. Well, it's the capacity to have a larger scale for the mayors in order to cooperate with other mayors in the region with the right interest and why not to make the accompaniment on international level. That can give the opportunity to create very important resources concerning the capitalization of the experience linked to those good practices. I really agree about that. The university should analyze and put into value or to valorize such efforts. That should be taken into consideration seriously by other organizations like the AUF and to work with the cities and the citizens. Mrs. Sirin. Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to interact concerning the diplomacy between small cities, possible or not. I'm giving you example of cooperation like Tunis, which concluded an agreement with Toulouse city. In this agreement, they gave the RFLM, which is another network to the mobilization of this agreement. The idea is to reflect together and to launch an action how to contact the University on Agronomy in order to make the twinning between the university within Toulouse on same specialty to promote a special area within the city specialized in agri-food and to valorize the agriculture. Well, there was a tripartite agreement with the other actors to facilitate a common project with good sharing and exchange. I think that we need to have a right roundtable in order to mobilize the needed actors. I would like to thank also the city of Tunis because we didn't have any experts and our network created the opportunity to have different expertise from different partners. I would like to seize the occasion to thank the president of our network on 5 countries who are contributing every day on a concrete action. I would like to thank also the city's partners on this context. Well, the last questions, the role of women on diplomacy, how to organize the social life on borders. It's really difficult to answer such questions. At the end of this session, we have problem of time management, of course, but I think that a woman is part of the reconstruction of the country and in order to answer the needs of Nouakchott expectations, I think that the mayor and women are an effective way in order to say that the woman has the first role in reconstruction the country and in the cross-border diplomacy. And as you can see, we have different women, commerciants or traders at different associations. Very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists for their exchange. I think that the audience was really great, especially when it comes to the question asked and in relationship with the diplomacy of the mayor. I think that conducted a kind of advocacy for mayor and for citizens because this is the target of the panel. Thank you very much, dear panelists and dear moderator. Well, by this, I can tell you that you will have the opportunity to share your thoughts later.
D'expérience sur le panel. Et encore une fois, je vous invite, pour ceux qui ont des questions, qui les démangent vraiment, de les mettre sur papier et puis on vous mettra en contact avec le panéliste référent, j'ai envie de dire, pour que vous puissiez en discuter en dehors des séances de travail dans la salle. Et à cette occasion, justement, j'aimerais, il y a Monsieur Akono Alinga André Denis, maire d'Alvac au Cameroun, qui a posé une question sur papier, et nous vous invitons à retrouver un peu plus tard, peut-être pendant la pause, Madame Antonella, qui était au panel ce matin. Elle sera ravie de répondre à votre question autour des démocraties participatives des communes. Voilà, et s'il y en a qui ont des questions, n'hésitez vraiment pas à nous les faire passer. Alors, sur le programme, nous avons une petite pause café. Je pense que on en a besoin, mais je vous demanderai vraiment de faire le plus court possible. Nous vous donnons 10 minutes. Il faut garder en tête le reste du programme qu'il y a après les séances de travail. Donc, 10 minutes pour s'étirer les jambes, prendre un café pour ceux qui veulent, et dans 10 minutes, vraiment, sans dépasser cette fois-ci, on commence, d'accord, avec le 4e panel qui clôturera la journée. 10 minutes de pause.
Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2. OK. OK, OK, OK.
Pour le prochain panel, mesdames et messieurs, le tout dernier panel de la journée. Revenez dans la salle. Voilà. Au vu de la suite du programme qui nous attend, j'aimerais proposer que l'on commence et puis le reste des participants nous rejoindront au fur et à mesure. Comme nous avons notre équipe de panéliste qui est presque complet. Il manque une personne. Très bien. Très bien. Je crois que nous avons tous nos intervenants, donc je propose que l'on commence et puis le reste des participants nous rejoindront. Nous attaquons donc la dernière ligne droite, le dernier panel de la journée, autour du thème « Innovation technologique et services rendus aux populations ». L'objectif de ce panel est d'explorer les opportunités technologiques qui facilitent les municipalités et la société civile tout en répondant aux besoins des citoyens en matière de gouvernance et des services rendus à la population. Je vais inviter le président de ce panel à avancer. Il est là? À avancer pour son allocution. C'est Monsieur Luc Setonji Atrokpo, maire de Cotonou, président de l'Association nationale des communes du Bénin. Soyez les bienvenus, monsieur.
Merci. Monsieur le maire, ici présents, chers élus, chers panélistes, chers invités, je suis heureux et honoré de présider ce panel qui, de par sa thématique, revêt une importance capitale dans les sujets de décision de la gouvernance d'aujourd'hui et plus encore dans celle de demain. Le mot innovation, si je me réfère à sa définition, nous renvoie à la notion de recherche constante d'amélioration de l'existant. Il évoque la recherche de performance, d'excellence. Sur la base de cette définition, on peut alors aisément imaginer l'innovation technologique comme la recherche constante d'excellence dans les outils du numérique, lesquels outils font déjà partie intégrante de la société actuelle. C'est là que l'implication du numérique dans le service rendu aux populations prend tout son sens. Le rôle des acteurs de la gouvernance locale que nous sommes est de fournir aux populations des services qui leur sont indispensables aujourd'hui, mais aussi d'anticiper sur leurs besoins de demain. À partir de ce moment, la participation citoyenne devient donc essentielle, car c'est elle qui sert de trait d'union entre le besoin et le service fourni. Les nouveaux outils issus du numérique favorisent ce lien. C'est en cela que les Civitech permettent de promouvoir une société inclusive, participative, qui intègre les besoins de tous et dans laquelle le citoyen est lui-même acteur et non plus spectateur des décisions prises par les élus. La garante de cette corrélation est inéluctablement la société civile. Elle est l'intermédiaire entre les pouvoirs publics et les populations, de la bonne collaboration entre les mouvements associatifs et les municipalités dépend la pertinence des actions qui font le bonheur des populations. La société civile doit donc être intégrée à cette dynamique numérique qui se veut au service des administrés. Afin d'appuyer cette nouvelle forme de gouvernance, nous, élus, devons évidemment jouer notre partition en offrant aux artisans de ce domaine que sont les startups un climat d'expansion favorable, de sorte que tous, nous puissions bénéficier du fruit de leurs travaux. C'est ce type de contexte qui justifie l'importance de la tenue du panel comme celui-ci. Dans mon pays, le Bénin, la nouvelle vision avant-gardiste du chef de l'État, le président Patrice Talon, a favorisé l'explosion de la GovTech qui, à son tour, a encouragé les initiatives au niveau local. L'Association nationale des communes du Bénin, ANCB, que j'ai l'honneur de présider, s'est illustrée comme le précurseur de la Civitech en créant et en mettant à la disposition des communes divers outils numériques à des fins d'évaluation citoyenne, Cité.BJ par exemple, et de suivi des plans annuels d'investissement des communes et de géolocalisation des dysfonctionnements des infrastructures publiques. Et actuellement, nous sommes en discussion avec l'AIMF, que je remercie. Je remercie M. Baillet, dont nous sollicitons l'appui financier pour la construction du pôle numérique de Cotonou, un centre moderne destiné, entre autres, à accueillir les startups qui seront principalement investis de la mission de proposer des solutions numériques au développement de la ville. Je suis persuadé que des expériences comme celle-là, chacun de vous ici en fait dans sa commune et dans son pays, d'où la nécessité pour nous d'échanger et de nous enrichir mutuellement de tous ces acquis. Enfin, je suis convaincu que c'est notre engagement à tous dans le débat et la somme de nos contributions respectives qui permettront d'arriver à de réelles avancées au plan africain et mondial. C'est sur ces mots que j'engage les échanges de ce panel. Je souhaite à toutes et à tous des réflexions fructueuses et des échanges constructifs. Une fois encore, merci à vous. Je pense que Mme Noëlla Bigueri-Mana, j'espère que je présente, voilà, prendra la suite de ces deux panels, mais d'ores et déjà, je m'excuse parce que la réunion du bureau va démarrer bientôt, donc je pourrais en temps partir pour la réunion du bureau. Merci. Merci.
Je vous remercie beaucoup, Monsieur Luc Atrokpo. Nous allons donc débuter le 4e panel, qui est le dernier panel de la journée. Et on va parler de l'innovation technologique et services rendus aux citoyens. Donc, les innovations technologiques sont souvent indispensables pour répondre aux besoins croissants de nos citoyens et assurer une meilleure efficacité des prestations. Nous avons donc observé cela particulièrement dans le contexte actuel du coronavirus, qui est non seulement une crise sanitaire, mais aussi socio-économique. Et donc, ce panel aura 5 intervenants et chaque intervenant aura 4 à 5 minutes pour leur intervention. Et donc, on veut réserver suffisamment de temps pour les questions venant de la salle. Donc, pour commencer, j'aimerais me tourner donc vers Monsieur Yves Iradukunda, qui est secrétaire permanent au ministère rwandais de l'innovation et de la technologie. Et donc, la première question est en 2 parties. C'est la même question pour le reste des intervenants. C'est comment les innovations technologiques facilitent la gouvernance centrée sur le citoyen. Et donc, comme aussi le président vient de le dire, la participation citoyenne est très importante en tant qu'acteur et non spectateur. Donc, la deuxième partie de cette question est comment les citoyens mettent-ils à profit les opportunités qu'offrent ces innovations technologiques. Donc, on commence par Monsieur Yves.
Merci beaucoup. Je commence d'abord à remercier l'AMF pour l'opportunité d'être ici et de participer dans cette importante conversation. Permettez-moi de partager quelques exemples par lesquels ici au Rwanda, on a pu mettre accent sur l'innovation technologique pour permettre que tous les secteurs économiques se numérisent, résultant en la prestation des services afin de mieux répondre aux besoins des citoyens, comme on l'avait déjà dit. Le voyage de la numérisation au Rwanda, ça a commencé il y a presque 20 ans parce que le leadership du Rwanda a mis accent sur l'importance de la technologie, comme je disais, pour supporter tous les secteurs. Ça a commencé juste par la mise en place de l'infrastructure habilitante et puis des politiques et stratégies qui permettent un environnement propice. On a aussi mis accent sur le renforcement des institutions universitaires et de formation pour développer des compétences technologiques de haut calibre. Et finalement, on continue aujourd'hui avec l'autonomisation des jeunes pour créer des solutions innovantes et des entreprises qui tirent parti des centres d'innovation que l'on a installés à travers le pays. Du point de vue services rendus aux citoyens, aujourd'hui, on a plus de 100 services prix demandés sur la plateforme IREMBO et on continue à travailler avec les municipalités pour numériser tous les services. Et notre objectif, c'est avoir 100% des services numérisés avant à la fin de l'année 2024. Donc, le gouvernement rwandais est très intentionnel en concernant les efforts de créer des solutions technologiques qui répondent aux besoins et aux principaux défis de nos communautés et de nos citoyens. Aujourd'hui, le Rwanda est l'une des destinations de validation de principes pour des entreprises innovantes. Cela a été établi avec succès en fournissant le bon cadre politique, l'infrastructure matérielle et les outils logiciels qui sont nécessaires pour les startups de piloter et tester dans un environnement contrôlé pour leurs solutions avant de soutenir leurs ambitions de se développer dans d'autres pays. Ce concept priorise et se concentre sur les 3 secteurs clés pour l'instant, à savoir l'agriculture, les soins de santé et les services financiers, en raison pour leur rôle essentiel dans l'avancement économique de notre pays. Prenons l'exemple sur les soins de santé en particulier. La technologie permet au secteur de la santé d'améliorer ses activités de prestation globale de services. Là, par exemple, on a l'utilisation des drones pour améliorer la prestation des services de santé en livrant du sang et des fournitures médicales dans des zones reculées, difficiles à accéder par la route. Ceci a considérablement réduit le taux de la mortalité infantile et maternelle à la naissance. Pendant la pandémie COVID-19, on a aussi introduit l'utilisation des robots, surtout dans les hôpitaux, pour réduire les interactions entre les médecins et les patients infectés et ainsi minimiser le risque de transmission de la pandémie. On a aussi des innovations qui se focalisent sur l'inclusion financière numérique et aussi d'augmenter l'utilisation des paiements électroniques. Ça renforce évidemment l'écosystème du commerce électronique qui a été très efficace, surtout dans la prévention de la propagation du COVID-19. En général, nous continuons à renforcer notre capacité à tirer parti des progrès technologiques pour faire face à nos défis et puis pour utiliser les nouvelles technologies comme l'intelligence artificielle et apprentissage automatique qui vraiment présentent beaucoup des opportunités pour nous d'accélérer les avantages sociétaux tout en garantissant l'équité, la confidentialité, la transparence, la responsabilité et l'impact social. Récemment, on a déployé une application qui utilise la modélisation prédictive, ce qui a aidé au gouvernement à élaborer des politiques axées sur les données, comme ce fut le cas en informant l'assouplissement ou le renforcement à des restrictions de verrouillage et de concentrer des interventions de santé publique où il existe des preuves de transmission communautaire et de surveiller les populations à risque. Cela a été grâce à l'utilisation de cette modélisation stochastique pour fournir des formations en temps quasi réel. Donc, en touchant sur la participation de la population, nous avons des programmes d'enseigner à travers le pays. On traîne les formateurs qui sont jeunes, qui ont fini l'université, qui vont dans leur communauté pour enseigner les populations. On a aussi, du point de vue des accès sur les smart appareils, que ce soit les smartphones ou les ordinateurs. On a des programmes qui sont en train de résoudre des problèmes qui sont liés sur les conditions de paiement. Et là, on travaille toujours en étroite collaboration avec des partenaires au développement, en particulier la société civile. Et là, dans toutes les activités économiques, pour qu'on puisse renforcer l'innovation numérique au Rwanda, qui va ouvrir la voie à un écosystème entrepreneurial dynamique. Là, c'est ça que je peux partager. Et je pense que le voyage que l'on a eu, ça a été vraiment supporté par les investissements et l'intention du gouvernement sur le rôle de la technologie et l'innovation technologique pour accélérer la transformation économique et sociale. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur Yves. Donc, je pense que on aura l'occasion, à travers l'intervention de Madame Joséphine, d'avoir un peu plus d'exemples concrets. Mais merci de nous avoir parlé des stratégies qui ont été mises en œuvre ici au Rwanda, de nous avoir indiqué que plus de 100 services sont sur une plateforme numérique pour pouvoir répondre aux besoins des citoyens. J'aimerais maintenant me tourner vers Monsieur Ibrahim Oumarou, qui est secrétaire général du ministère des Domaines et du Logement au Niger, et lui poser la même question. Comment les innovations technologiques facilitent-elles cette gouvernance centrée sur le citoyen, et aussi de toucher sur la participation citoyenne et comment les citoyens mettent-ils au profit les opportunités qu'offrent ces innovations technologiques. Monsieur Ibrahim.
Merci, madame. Permettez-moi aussi de remercier l'AMF pour cette invitation. Donc, moi, je partagerai avec vous l'exemple d'un projet mis en œuvre par une organisation de la société civile à Niamey, au Niger.
So we are going to share right now a project which is a piloting project called the Security of Proximity and the GTS, implemented by the RISE, the network for local initiatives. The objective is to mobilize the actors around this problematic or this problem, in which way this NGO proceeded. They created what we called chief neighborhoods, and gathering the essential social professional partners. I am going to focus on what happened and the context that we've been talking about. Well, I can tell you that we dealt with different difficulties in order to gather all different partners. And we saw a WhatsApp group dedicated to this activity. So the idea is to say what are the the interaction available. People are talking and moderators are coming.
En fonction de leur complexité. Et les gens conviennent, en tout cas dans ce quartier, qu'aujourd'hui, le problème le plus urgent, on devait être entre décembre et janvier, c'est déjà de s'attaquer au problème des noyades dans le fleuve Niger. C'est vraiment un problème qui arrive pratiquement en tout cas de temps à autre, entre le mois de mars et de juin. Ouais, vous connaissez le Niger, certainement, vous connaissez qu'en mars-juin, on peut aller à des températures de 45 degrés pour ne pas trop exagérer. Donc les gens cherchent des coins frais. Et qui mieux que le fleuve peut offrir ce genre de coins. Et donc, la jeunesse se rue sur les berges du fleuve, comme on le fait dans les pays côtiers pour les plages. Et souvent, il y a des drames qui interviennent. Alors, les autorités locales, souvent quand l'émotion est très forte, n'ont d'autre recours que d'interdire à la baignade. Mais là, en fait, on ne règle pas le problème, on le déplace juste. Parce que si le maire de Niamey décide que sur les berges du fleuve Niger, à Niamey, on ne peut pas se baigner, les gens peuvent se déplacer dans la commune voisine. Le fleuve de Niger traverse Niamey, je crois, j'espère que je ne me trompe pas, en tout cas autour de 500 km. Et ça traverse 3 régions, donc peut-être une vingtaine de communes. Donc le problème n'est pas réglé. Alors, autour de ces discussions, de ce groupe-là, les gens sont arrivés à faire une proposition. La proposition, elle dit quoi? On sait qu'il y a des quartiers, Niamey a même un quartier qui est dans une île. Et donc, pour les gens des îles, en tout cas, il y a des présomptions qu'ils ont quand même une certaine science de l'eau, qu'ils maîtrisent certains risques liés peut-être au fait des prédateurs, liés aux questions de noyade, etc. Et donc, l'idée, ce serait de voir chez ces jeunes-là, former ces jeunes-là à des pratiques de secourisme, comme les gens de la protection civile le font souvent, et les prendre pendant ces 3 mois comme des surveillants de baignade. Donc, ce que je vous dis, ça s'est passé autour de décembre-janvier 2019. Le projet lui-même devait être mis en œuvre entre 2016 et 2020. Malheureusement, comme vous savez, en décembre 2020, il y a eu irruption du coronavirus. Et donc, compte tenu en tout cas des mesures de restriction qui ont été prises un peu partout, donc la question ne se posait même pas en mars 2020. Il y avait plus de personnes ne pouvaient plus sortir, à plus forte raison aller à la plage. Et donc, comme le projet a pris fin en 2020, je ne suis pas sûr, en tout cas, qu'il y a eu le relais est pris. Mais bon, comme je pense que le maire de Niamey est dans la salle, peut-être que je suis sûr que c'est ce genre de préoccupation, il va en prendre compte pour voir comment on peut le mener à bon terme. Voilà en tout cas la petite expérience que j'ai voulu partager avec vous. Je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur Ibrahim, de nous donner un exemple de ce projet donc pilote qui est mis en œuvre au Niger. Mais aussi, vous avez pu toucher sur le fait que ces jeunes dont vous parlez ne sont pas des acteurs, ne sont pas des spectateurs, mais sont en fait des acteurs que vous avez autour desquels vous avez pu monter le projet. J'aimerais me tourner vers Madame Joséphine et poser la même question, mais un peu plus. Madame Joséphine Moukesha, qui est directrice générale de l'Agence nationale de l'identification ici au Rwanda. Je veux vous poser la même question, mais un peu différemment. Si vous pouvez nous donner un exemple concret des innovations technologiques qui donc facilite les municipalités à répondre aux besoins des citoyens et par rapport notamment à travers les cartes nationales d'identité.
Merci beaucoup, Noëlla. Je remercie l'AMF aussi de cette opportunité de partager notre expérience sur l'identité au Rwanda. Le registre national de la population ainsi que le système national d'identification. La carte d'identité au Rwanda est octroyée aux Rwandais qui sont âgés de 16 ans et plus, mais le registre national de la population enregistre tout le monde depuis la naissance. Ce système a été digitalisé en 2007 et il est mis en ligne ou accessible à tous les secteurs, les municipalités locales, ainsi que les officiers de l'état civil pour la mise en jour en temps réel et continu des faits et actes d'état civil et aussi pour la prise des données biométriques de la population. Ce système a évolué et donc c'était la prise des données, le système a été mis en place et après il y a eu maintenant comment tirer profit de ces données qui sont là pour pouvoir aider la société à pourvoir aux besoins de la population, à donner un service plus amélioré et en ligne. Je peux parler de quelques exemples. Par exemple, pour la sécurité sociale, aujourd'hui, la carte d'identité nationale est utilisée pour la vérification et la validation des bénéficiaires pour la protection sociale. Notre système s'appelle WUDEHE. Et donc, la carte d'identité joue vraiment un rôle primaire pour pouvoir identifier les bénéficiaires et pour pouvoir les mettre dans le système, dans le programme de protection. Un autre cas concret dont je peux vous parler est l'intégration avec les autres systèmes. Par exemple, notre carte d'identité est utilisée comme un document de voyage dans les pays partenaires, donc au Rwanda et au Kenya. L'Ouganda et au Kenya, on peut utiliser la carte d'identité pour voyager. Donc, cela permet pas seulement d'être un outil d'identification, mais aussi un outil de voyage. Donc, ça permet les échanges frontaliers. Et en troisième point, c'est la carte d'identité est aussi un outil de développement socio-économique. Par exemple, aujourd'hui, pour l'enregistrement des titres fonciers, la carte d'identité est utilisée comme élément de base pour l'enregistrement. Même pour les banques, pour l'ouverture d'un compte ou souscription aux assurances, on utilise toujours la carte d'identité. Pour la taxe, et pour le RSSB, c'est notre système de mutuelle de santé, par exemple, ou pour la mutuelle de santé. Aujourd'hui, les personnes qui sont âgées de 16 ans et plus n'ont pas besoin d'avoir une carte supplémentaire pour bénéficier des soins médicaux. Ils peuvent juste utiliser leur carte d'identité. Comme les systèmes sont intégrés, le bénéficiaire a directement accès aux soins médicaux en utilisant juste leur carte d'identité. La carte d'identité est aussi utilisée pour l'enregistrement des entreprises auprès du RDB. Il y a plusieurs autres, comme l'enregistrement des cartes SIM, pour l'enregistrement des titres fonciers. Aujourd'hui, notre système d'identification est intégré à plus de 50 systèmes, soit du domaine public et du domaine privé. Comme Monsieur Yves l'a dit, il y a aussi ce système-là, parce que la couverture est à plus de 95%. Donc, la population locale a une carte d'identité et ceux qui n'ont pas encore la carte d'identité, le registre national de population la couvre. Donc, tous ces gens-là ont accès aux services nationaux via le portail national IREMBO. Et aujourd'hui, on a plus de 100 services. Donc, l'avantage par rapport aux citoyens, c'est, par exemple, en ces temps-ci où de temps en temps, on a des difficultés de se déplacer pour aller demander un service. Aujourd'hui, ce système-là a permis aux citoyens d'accéder de demander et d'être octroyés leurs documents directement de la maison sans avoir à se déplacer, aller dans des bureaux municipaux. Et donc, aujourd'hui, on voit vraiment que quand il y a un programme qui touche les parties prenantes, pas seulement au niveau des infrastructures, mais aussi des systèmes et l'intégration des systèmes, cela permet vraiment à pouvoir bénéficier non seulement aux prestataires de services, mais aussi à la population de pouvoir accéder aux services aisément et de là où ils sont sans avoir à se déplacer. Donc, en quelques mots, voici les exemples que je peux parler.
Je vous remercie beaucoup, Madame Joséphine, pour cette présentation. Donc, sur l'intégration du système national d'identification avec le système de protection sociale, avec les plateformes Milembo, parce que ça ajoute sur ce que Monsieur Yves avait mentionné. Je me tourne maintenant vers Monsieur Stanislas Onkelin, qui est un directeur du plaidoyer de l'Association nationale des communes du Bénin. Et donc, je vous pose aussi la même question. Je vous invite aussi à aller vers l'essentiel, puisque on est un peu en cours de cette session, de comment les innovations technologiques facilitent-elles la gouvernance centrée sur les citoyens au Bénin.
Merci, madame. Je voudrais partager avec vous une expérience qui vient du Bénin, ce petit pays situé entre le Nigeria et le Togo, environ 114 000 km², avec près de 13 millions d'habitants. Et la bonne nouvelle dans tout ça, c'est que depuis 2 ans environ, nous sommes passés de petit pays très endetté à un pays à revenu intermédiaire. Et contrairement à beaucoup d'autres pays, en 2020, nous avons pu avoir une croissance positive, 3%, et les perspectives en 2021 projettent 6%. C'est-à-dire que les choses bougent, pas forcément à la même vitesse qu'au Rwanda, mais nous sommes aussi ambitieux que le Rwanda, et c'est dans ce contexte que notre expérience a été menée. Et donc, le Bénin a une expérience relativement jeune en matière de participation citoyenne. Nous essayons de travailler sur cette thématique depuis environ 17 ans, 18 ans. Donc, nous avons démarré la décentralisation en 2003. Et donc, il y a des acteurs qui travaillent là-dessus, des espaces, mais aussi des outils. Mais le problème à ce niveau, c'est que la participation citoyenne exercée jusque-là, elle est présentielle. Et que les citoyens sont amenés à se déplacer vers la mairie pour exprimer des requêtes. Ils participent donc à des réunions initiées par la mairie. Et donc, c'est fondamentalement ça. Alors, dans un contexte comme celui-là, alors qu'au niveau central, le gouvernement est en train de faire beaucoup d'efforts. Le président de l'Association nationale des communes du Bénin a pris la parole tout à l'heure, président de ce panel, pour, disons, esquisser quelques chantiers importants développés par le gouvernement central. Donc, dans cette même dynamique, nous avons décidé d'accompagner les communes à promouvoir les outils numériques. Donc, nous avons initié un projet pilote qui accompagne 4 communes, et c'est grâce à un financement de l'Agence française de développement. Qu'est-ce que nous avons fait concrètement? D'abord, nous avons réalisé une enquête de référence pour disposer des réelles données sur le terrain, voir à peu près les acteurs en place, quelles sont les pratiques de participation citoyenne, quels sont les résultats obtenus jusque-là. Et c'est en fonction des résultats de cette enquête que nous avons dimensionné les interventions de notre projet. L'innovation principale du projet, c'est la création d'un poste de chargé de mission numérique. Dans l'organigramme des communes, il n'existait aucun poste comme ça. Et pour aider les communes à mettre vraiment en avant la thématique du numérique, nous avons proposé d'identifier au sein du personnel communal un agent qui dispose, disons, des capacités importantes en informatique et en numérique. Et donc, c'est cet agent qui constitue notre appui sur le plan opérationnel. Et c'est à travers cet agent que nous avons réalisé toutes les actions prévues dans le cadre du projet. Nous avons aussi identifié un certain nombre de startups informatiques, c'est-à-dire des développeurs qui se sont mis ensemble pour proposer des solutions informatiques. Il faut préciser qu'avant l'avènement de ce projet, ces acteurs ne connaissaient pratiquement rien de la décentralisation ni de la gouvernance locale. Donc, nous les avons amenés à s'intéresser à cette thématique pour asseoir, disons, une dynamique de civic tech. Et donc, c'est avec ces acteurs que nous avons développé tous les outils. Nous avons notamment réalisé 4 applications numériques pour renforcer, disons, les liens entre les autorités locales et les citoyens pour les aider à mieux interagir. La première application, par exemple,
to react in a better way. So, and also through the Media Act, so and through diversity. So, for the Senatorica, so the word was given to the local citizens. So the citizen, he can he can escalate his demand, and even if it is like 5 kilometers from the his municipality, so he can send his request. So I can say, so in the beginning it was the system was very archaic, but afterwards the citizens, so they with the archaic system, so the citizens, they had to move or to go to the municipalities in order to give their requests. But also I can say that the citizens, so the second application we said Go Local, so which is approaching the e-pact, but the specificity is the geolocalization. So the development plan of the commune, of the municipality. So if you have citizens who are saying something, and if there is a need for a voice, or so if there is any, so the citizen can take in picture or take in videos, and also have an advocacy or send it to the municipality who can process this data. So the third application is participate. So this reinforces the application of a citizen in the animation of the process of local development. And so in a platform that give the citizen to the idea, and each municipality, they're trying to fix the number of so that it can be a project, and the municipality can integrate this in this project. So the last application is a Spike. So we can say this. So, and during this panel, we talk about this. What we have seen is that in Benin, there is a politic of application. So the citizen, so he can have an application for the application. So there is a certain number of a remote meeting where the citizens, they can participate, but the channel, it stops here and the chain stops here. And so here, so how to have the citizen participate in the implementation of the system. So we have tried to implement this application that is giving the opportunity for a certain number of applications to permit the citizens to react. So from here, we are waiting to see in the end of July. So we are in the mid of July 9 to see the results of these applications. So these are the digital applications we are developing, and that's I'm talking about. But we haven't reached the level of identifying the need of the population. So we have the organization of immersion days, so or stay. So the IT person, so we take them to the municipality, and to be together for, we take them to the, for the municipalities, and to get together with the agents and with the local authorities in order to see the requests of and the needs of the local authorities. So outside all these 4 applications, so we identified online the application open source, which is offering the iOS, so the application that are free to access, and we are trying to adapt them to the use of the users like you. So we have like for getting appointments, it's very difficult for the mayor because some the social assistant. So so in order to see what are the days to put their requests, so we have put this application for taking appointments, so that give the opportunity for the citizens to take appointment with the mayor. Thank you very much for your intervention. So we have talked about the 4 applications that are implemented in Benin, and I would like, before our last speaker, so I'm asking the room to prepare the questions. After that, we will have a moment for the questions, and you can use the mics that they are in the meeting room. So we will start with you in a few minutes. So Mr. Christian Cagnou, so he is Mr. Christian Cagnou, so he's a consultant on urbanization in Cameroon. So the floor is yours, sir. So in 2000.
On a eu la folle idée de créer un outil cartographique pour aider les communes à mieux s'organiser, à mieux faire la prospective et à mieux gérer. Je vais demander au service technique de me passer un micro pour que je présente immédiatement les résultats de notre expérience menée au Cameroun, pour que cela soit plus concret pour les maires et qu'ils comprennent l'intérêt de se doter d'un outil cartographique. Si les services techniques peuvent me donner un micro et que Charlotte projette la carte, ce sera plus simple. Charlotte, la carte, s'il te plaît. Un micro baladeur, s'il vous plaît. Parfait.
Je vous rappelle juste d'être
Un micro, s'il vous plaît, ça va venir très vite. En 2 minutes, on va... Aujourd'hui, la majorité des communes africaines ne sont pas dotées d'outils cartographiques et les maires parfois naviguent à vue pour planifier leur territoire. Il s'agit là d'un quartier dans une commune camerounaise appelée Banka. Grâce à cet outil unique, le maire a la praticabilité de son réseau en temps réel. Le maire a la localisation de toutes les activités. Le maire peut organiser une campagne de couverture sanitaire. Le maire peut organiser le confinement de son territoire. Le maire peut recenser sa population. Le maire peut tout faire avec cet outil. Il peut identifier les zones à risque. Et en plus, il peut se doter d'un outil communal d'adressage unique adapté aux réalités africaines. Il ne s'agit pas, dans le cas espèce, d'adresser les rues ou les chemins avec des noms que nous ne connaissons pas. Il s'agit de valoriser la toponymie utilisée par les habitants pour indiquer leur position ou pour renseigner leur destination. Par exemple, sur ces territoires, si vous avez Carrefour du Baobab, ce n'est pas nécessaire de rebaptiser Carrefour Lumumba parce que vous aimez cet euro africain. Il s'agit pour nous de contextualiser cet outil et de le vulgariser à l'échelle de toutes les collectivités africaines pour qu'ensemble, les maires aient des outils de planification, de prospective, de gestion et d'anticipation sur leurs besoins. Et en plus, les citoyens peuvent vous renseigner en temps réel sur les différents dysfonctionnements, puisque la carte est géolocalisable sur le territoire. Donc, ils peuvent vous envoyer un message, une photo, vous dit « Monsieur le maire, à tel endroit précis, il y a une poteau qui est tombée. Monsieur le maire, à tel endroit précis, il y a un tuyau qui est cassé. Monsieur, à tel endroit précis, il y a une femme qu'on soupçonne d'être atteinte du Covid. » Du coup, cet outil vous permet d'être plus efficace et d'optimiser. On parle aujourd'hui beaucoup d'assainissement et de salubrité. Avec cette carte unique, vous mettez en place un système de précollecte efficace. Vous pouvez contrôler le travail de vos hébreux, vous pouvez contrôler le travail de vos jardiniers. Et je pense, je laisse le soin au public pour poser des questions sur cette initiative qui a été expérimentée et validée par l'AMF au Cameroun. Je vous remercie.
On vous remercie aussi, Monsieur Christian. Donc, on remercie nos intervenants aujourd'hui. On va maintenant se tourner vers la salle, vers vous, et voir s'il y a des questions venant dans la salle pour nos intervenants aujourd'hui. Malheureusement, on n'a pas beaucoup de temps, mais on aimerait bien, oui. Donc, je vois une personne ici. Monsieur, votre nom et la question aux intervenants.
Je pense que ça marche. Bonjour, je suis Abba du Niger. J'ai une question pour nos hôtes rwandais. Quel est le taux de couverture du pays en TIC? Et comment s'assurer que les services sont accessibles en milieu rural? Parce qu'il faut des outils pour accéder aux services, Internet, l'informatique. Merci.
OK, on va prendre une deuxième question. Avant, oui, je vois dans cette partie de la salle, au bout. Oui, le VVE, donc on a des micros, il faut venir vers les micros, c'est beaucoup plus facile. Allez-y, madame.
Allô?
Oui, on vous entend.
Merci, madame. Et on m'appelle René Gisèle de Porte-Novo, de la municipalité de Porte-Novo. L'outil que le panéliste vient de présenter, si vraiment l'efficacité est prouvée, moi je pense que ça va permettre à beaucoup de pays de résoudre le problème, de résoudre les problèmes qui reviennent à chaque fois. Et je voudrais dire ici, les maires sont là, s'ils approuvent, on n'a qu'à mettre comme recommandation que l'outil soit vraiment vulgarisé pour faciliter la gestion aux élus. Mais merci beaucoup.
Merci, Isabelle. Donc, juste après, oui, monsieur. Donc, on est dans cette partie de la salle. On va aller de l'autre côté s'il y a des questions. Sinon, oui, allez-y, monsieur.
Merci. Mon nom est Ousmane Abbas. Je viens du Tchad. J'ai une question à mon jeune frère qui vient de faire une présentation sur l'application. J'aimerais savoir, parce qu'il y a des zones en Afrique, dans des pays où l'Internet est un peu, la connexion est lente, où l'Internet n'existe pas. Est-ce que c'est possible de télécharger cette application-là et l'utiliser hors connexion? C'était ça ma question. Merci.
OK, on va prendre une dernière question. Je ne sais pas si je vois bien. Je vois une personne, donc venez vers les micros s'il y a une question. Merci. En attendant, donc, Christian, vous avez deux questions. Et puis, je ne sais pas si ça sera Monsieur Yves ou Madame Joséphine qui va répondre à la question de Monsieur Abbas du Niger.
OK, merci Noëlla. L'efficacité de la carte est vérifiée, approuvée, puisqu'actuellement on l'utilise dans la commune de Banka au Cameroun. Il ne s'agit pas d'une application, je profite pour rebondir immédiatement. Il s'agit éventuellement des cartes qu'on vous met à disposition avec un système de web mapping dont Monsieur le maire en déplacement à Kigali, au Togo, peut en temps réel voir ce qui se passe sur sa commune. Donc, il n'est pas nécessaire de la mettre en place. Que vous soyez une commune rurale ou urbaine, le processus est le même. Les équipes se déplacent sur le terrain et maison après maison, les cartes sont extrêmement précises. Elles sont d'une précision millimétrique sans exagération. Donc, nous faisons le travail de terrain d'abord à la main. Ensuite, les cartes sont numérisées et digitalisées. Pas besoin pour le maire d'avoir Internet. Tout ce qu'il a besoin de savoir, c'est qu'il a accès via web mapping à ces cartes et peut à tout moment savoir ce qui se passe sur sa commune. Et la dame qui demande si on peut vulgariser, je pense que M. Bayet est plus à même que moi de valider une telle proposition, mais Lionel Prigent et moi-même sommes à même de vous accompagner dans cette dynamique.
Il y avait une autre question de Abbas du Niger.
Merci, Monsieur Abbas.
Je suis déjà là.
Je peux répondre? OK, merci. Donc, merci, Monsieur Abbas, pour la question. Donc, le taux de couverture est plus de 99%. Mais alors, la question que nous sommes en train de se battre avec, c'est l'utilisation et l'accès sur les appareils smartphones, ordinateurs, pour que la population puisse, comme vous avez dit, utiliser la couverture que l'on a déjà partout dans le pays. C'est pour cela qu'on a des programmes pour enseigner comment utiliser ces appareils, mais aussi on est en train de travailler avec les agents de développement pour avoir des modes de paiement pour ces appareils.
To see the mode for paying those devices, for accessing those devices. We are also working all over the country with the digital ambassadors who are disseminated all over the countries. They are representatives of the different devices, smartphones, laptops, and of course we have to deal with different services also, or service providers, operators of the smartphone, for example. You can do your own application, access the service, and if you don't have your own device, there are different young people who are going through the whole country and helping people to know that. I see the last intervenient, your questions. I'm coming from RDC and I'm Ahmed. My question is for my brother Khaled. I appreciate the tool that we are in Africa, where the women didn't start yet to access effectively the education. This device can be used, or application can be used by women who didn't reach a certain level of education, in which we can make a training to use this application to be disseminated all over Africa, as you said before. Well, a last question also. My name is Tomatio Nazina. I'm the mayor within the Cameroon city. I would like to contribute in a certain way in terms of resolution. Well, concerning the presentation of W, I'm telling myself that it's preferable to make the recommendation focusing on the information about the occupation of soils or grounds within our country. It's true that the mayor can have the information on real time, but we need also to use on the right way those information, because we need to have good service providers in terms of urbanism, and thanks to maps, we can have all needed information for needed actions. This is my modest contribution. Thank you very much, dear Mayor. Christian, that was the very last question. Mr. Christian, would you intervene concerning the question of Mrs. Darmel? Well, the question of Darmel, she asked if the tool is accessible to women under-educated. Of course, yes, this application, this map, is accessible for everyone. It's not a very high technical thing. I would like to thank also the mayor of the different cities. This map is connected to a different area of the country. Thank you very much. Well, we are at the end of this session. Thank you very much for the interventions. Eve from Uganda, Ibrahim Ouahu, Mrs. Josephine Stanislas, and Mr. Christian. Sandra, thank you, Noella. I'm using this occasion to thank you for your moderation. Thanks for all the panelists. Please upload our panelists. Well, thank you very much. We are going to the very end of the session. Just an announcement. The lady who lost her handbag, please, you can find it on the office of Lost and Found. Well, I would like to ask Mr. Lionel to come here and to make the different recommendation just to sum up and to close the session. Allow me to better express myself. I need to take off my mask, and even if the distance is physical distance sufficient, I think that the moral distancing is really important also. Well, I'm going to start by saying that during 2 days, one topic nourish the discussions and on the civil society. When it comes to civil society, is an association. If we are going throughout the etymology of the civil society, it's a political figure, national government, and a political initiative by inviting people from the civil society, and the civil society is a part of the building of the society. Why not creating a neighborhood based on mayors and the civil society? We need to represent an organization throughout the civil society, which can be suitcase saying that we need to gather different concepts, the accountability, the reality, and without obeying true demanding, we need to participate on the whole process. Well, this is a human mass defined and occupying. Everything is observed and written by Myers on a daily basis, citizens and researchers on academic research. We started to conduct a whole process to see the motivation of Myers and the civil society, a society which is developing dynamism for depending for demanding points. During this day, we focused on the observation for involvement in favor of territory going beyond the personal interests by groups, collectivities, civil society. This is to say that the existing of social networks, the mobilization of civil society is opening a gate for solidarity. The second point is a common representation for life living together, because the civil society is not part of the process, it's the whole process. We have a criticism from different forms of government, the capacity of administrative and political actors to decision making on their own. So this criticism is expressed by the lack of confidence, the rejection, political rejection between the expressed objectives within the cities and the strategies already put into effect. We need also to think about the technicity and how to converge with the needs when it comes to entrepreneurship, for example, with the complexity of administration. Everything is related to a misunderstanding, and this confidence is going to be lost and to raise the gap between the civil society and the government. Well, the mayor is the linkage, the ambassador, the link, as I told you, between the government and the citizen. It's a response or the answer to keep the connection between the government and the citizen. Well, Antonella Valmorbida excluded the good things of participative approach, participative management. This is to say that democracy, the local democracy, not as a belief, but as a technical support to seize the needs and to meet the needs or expectations of the citizens. Others throughout the works of economists are basing their point of view on the needs of citizens in this context. Well, we need to work with the civil society throughout the experience of Alice Sikesi by explaining how the ordinary citizen is mobilized to transfer their knowledge, to the people on villages. We can mobilize citizenship knowledge, which was illustrated by Jean-Jacques Kakuba, for young people also to be part of the reconstruction of Rwanda, because to create Rwanda, it's not about one person individual need, but it's the needs of the community. we also took into consideration the mutations from social, economic, and health point of view. The civil society is more informed, more trained in this context. So it is really forecasted to focus on that. Mr. Eva Kakuda also focused on the need of ICT thanks to the usage of different applications, how to analyze risks, how to manage them, how to realize an identification test, to recognize the problem and to find solutions in order to answer concrete situations by concrete answers shown by Mr. Ibrahim, Josephine, Lady Josephine, and Mr. Stanislav. Christian Tolu, who was with us before, talked about the association, the tradition, the condition of life, and the mobilization of different mayors with the citizens. Well, thanks to innovation of last decades, the communication is the filter, is the immediate filter and spontaneous one in order to help people to recognize the situation. We are living changes which were modified by different collective agendas in terms of production between the interproductivity, the technology, which is making isolation sometimes, and the dissemination of information. The city of proximity is an answer to see. That's what we are promoting right now, opening to the circular economy by freeing some time and to retain the right word. This civil society also have different things, has different things that you express, not in the place of mayors, but in collaboration with mayors. It can also compose a large part of vital places and vital actions like women on public spaces, like the role of young people, especially when it comes to vulnerable groups reminded by Solange Grace. Today, we needed to change our way of thinking, our way of acting, our paradigm. The defining of citizenship projects is a reconstruction for liberation. And at the end of the day, institutions are manners to think, not manners to react. We need to experiment the different approaches between mayors and the civil society. Antonella Morbida also focused about the different threats between leaders and the civil society misunderstanding. Well, in terms of institutionalization, we need to work with the civil society and to think about the funding, like Mrs. Julia was mentioning, without any resources, we can't make concrete actions. Well, the civil society actions are not enough. We need to work on different other components, and civil society can't do things alone because we need to think about professionalization, we need to think about different other things, we need to conduct good actions on a concrete way by process, self-assessment also, and the assessment of everything, because every time when you won't realize expectations of citizens, it's like betraying them. We need to create a new relationship, a new diplomacy, like we talked this morning, nourishing cross-boarding and the twinning relationships. We need to think about a new advocacy, like Cyril bin Luca talked this morning with, that was enlightened by Wafat Twiri, and to live is to live together. We need to have a discussion concerning freedom. We need to have to interact and to live together. But living together, is it possible to is it possible to live together with different problems? Is it possible to create new opportunities, although difficulties, like Mrs. Malouf was talking this morning from Lebanon? In which way can we start to live together when you have the executor and the victim who need to live together to conduct the reconciliation? Nothing would be possible if the efforts are imposed by the state. Well, we need to think about the involvement of all partners just to open up for this reconciliation. We can't make peace without our enemies. The process is very difficult and tough. The involvement is supposed to be impartial, and this involvement can take different forms or different shape of our imagination through arts, through culture. We need to mobilize the mirror of the cultural centers represented by the mayor of Ouidah, Mr. Christian. And the second panel, we heard Mrs. Chili to consolate the victims. Well, to write or being a writer, it's being the mirror to reflect and the society and to transform the practices. We need to think about a new paradigm, asking for creativity and culture, and sometimes those initiatives are going beyond that. Mrs. Celine Ben-Luca talked about the alliance of the cities of Maghreb to create a good well-being from ecological, social, and cultural point of view. Let's go beyond all paradigms that we had. I'm proposing to approach a city mayor and the civil society in order to go through the recommendation. Well, 7 lessons of urbanism. The city is composed of all people. Well, the second lesson is that the city is changing every time.
Tous les habitants. La troisième leçon nous dit « La société civile est une polyphonie. Elle est l'expression de la diversité sous toutes ses formes. Elle porte donc la responsabilité de rendre visible.
The responsibility of rendering visible all the vulnerable people. So the fourth reason is to mobilize the civil society by acts and not only by intentions. So by the steps, participatory intention and also actions, and also by discussions. So the fourth lesson is the innovations can be the chance for progress, and this is based on good use. So the sixth lesson is to share the experience and also under the responsibility of the mayors. So in the cities and also between the cities without no conditions. So in the last question, the last lesson, it's to have an approach between and get together the city and the citizens and to oblige them to sincerity and transparency. So in conclusion, so the historian François Furet, so he said we cannot use the UTP. So with those that we use, it will a disappointment. So in this moment we are living, so even it's brutal, so the results, they are not unconditional. So we can live without having an upgraded image. That's what can save us from the melancholic image of democracy. So even it's dangerous to have conflict between the civil society and the civil society and the mayors. So at this dialogue, at this level, so we can have a multitask dialogue between the mayors and the civil society. We can have a link bounds, and also we can have the forms, the sustainable forms of the urban use. So today they can take the responsibilities for the world. So for the poets, philosophers, so they said that what you see as beautiful in the world, so it gets you committed in the world. So and what you see as a menace, it gives direction to your path. Thank you very much to everyone, and I wish you good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Prigent, for this conclusion and recommendations. And it was a sum up that is faithful to the discussions we have had today. So I would like to tell you goodbye, but before saying that, so I have 3 announcements to say. So one person, so she lost her wallet in the room, so either whether here or in the other room. So if you find it, please bring it to the secretary office. So, and the second thing, so the city of Kigali is organizing a dinner gala at 7:30 p.m. So you have a bus, and they will take you to your hotel to change your clothes and also to get fresh for the dinner. So I would like you to get back to the buses at 7 p.m. because the gala is at 7:30 p.m. So the last announcement, and as I said, and I'm repeating it at the same time because the services haven't seen it, everyone. So if there are any people who are traveling tomorrow, so for their PCR test, they can do it at the exit, and you can ask for assistance. So we can say that tomorrow's panels, they start at 9 o'clock. So we need you to be in the buses at 8:30, and in order to be fresh, in order to take part in this general assembly. So so thank you very much for your participation and your attention, and I hope that everything was in a good manner. So I would like to wish you a good evening and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.